Board the plane, it's on time. Sun is shining, it's bright. Breeze the sky is cool and calm. Take a trip, it's not long. Oh, the vibe's so mellow. Airwaves sing like cello. Sandy beaches we find. Coastal airways, oh my. Take me high, smooth as sea. Coastal breeze, fly with me. Take me high, the island's near. Feel the love in the air. Palms are swaying, blue sky. Wonders found while we fly. Oceans calling my name. Life is more than a game. Soaring high, wings of steel. Under stars, it's surreal. Dreams are real in the sky. Coastal airways fly by. Reggae beats in my ears. Miles away, no more fears. Lay back, count all the stars. Flying free, no more bars. Take me high, smooth as sea. Coastal breeze, fly with me. Take me high, the island's near. Feel the love in the air. Take me high, smooth as sea. Coastal breeze, fly with me. Take me high, the island's near. Feel the love in the air. Palms are swaying, blue sky. Wonders found while we fly. Oceans calling my name. Life is more than a game. Palms are swaying, blue sky. Wonders found while we fly. Oceans calling my name. Life is more than a game. Board the plane, it's on time. Sun is shining, it's bright. Breeze the sky is cool and calm. Take a trip, it's not long. Oh, the vibe's so mellow. Airwaves sing like cello. Sandy beaches we find. Coastal airways, oh my. Take me high, smooth as sea. Coastal breeze, fly with me. Take me high, the island's near. Feel the love in the air. Palms are swaying, blue sky. Wonders found while we fly. Oceans calling my name. Life is more than a game. Soaring high, wings of steel. Under stars, it's surreal. Dreams are real in the sky. Coastal airways fly by. Reggae beats in my ears. Miles away, no more fears. Lay back, count all the stars. Flying free, no more bars. Take me high, smooth as sea. Coastal breeze, fly with me. Take me high, the island's near. Feel the love in the air. Sun is shining, it's bright. Breezy skies, cool and calm. Take a trip, it's not long. Oh, the vibe's so mellow. Airwaves sing like cello. Sandy beaches we find. Coastal airways, oh my. Take me high, smooth as sea. Coastal breeze, fly with me. Take me high, the island's near. Feel the love in the air. Arms are swaying, blue sky. Wonders found while we fly. Oceans calling my name. Life is more than a game. Soaring high, wings of steel. Under stars, it's surreal. Dreams are real in the sky. Coastal airways fly by. Reggae beats in my ears. Miles away, no more fears. Lay back, count all the stars. Flying free, no more bars. Take me high, smooth as sea. Coastal breeze, fly with me. Take
All right. Hello. Check, check. Can you hear me? What is going on? You know what? I forgot. I forgot something really quick. I know something. I knew I forgot something. You know, guys, I'm always thinking, the heck did I forget? This is what I forgot. That. Now you should be able to hear the game. Can you? Hello? All right, folks, welcome aboard. My name is Jason from FSBN channel. I hope you're having a good time and I hope you had a great week. We are here in Providenciales. We're going from the Grand Turks. We're going from here all the way down in one shot, nonstop, down to St. Martin. It's pretty crazy. I want to get out of here in about 20 minutes, so I want to go top of the hour. I've got a whole bunch of crap I had to do, and it's been years since I had to do it. So we're going to show you what the heck we did right now. And by the way, before I start, let me just introduce the channel. If you're new to the channel, we do it right, learn something, have fun. That's kind of what the channel's about. So if you're new, hit the subscribe button, helps us out. Or if you are just here and you are a subscriber already, do me a favor, just hit the like button right now, helps us out. All right, let me say hi. We got Jaws in the house. Jaja, what's going on, buddy? Steve, what's up? Dewan, how are you? And looking at T Fox, how's it going, bud? William, good morning from Thailand. I know it's super early for you, William. Man, that's early. You're approaching 7 on a Saturday. Nice. Gray Aviation, what is going on? And who else we got here? We've got Chris. I want to just say thanks, Chris, and I hope you have a great and productive Monday and Tuesday, sir. And having fun. He says, nice shirt. Yeah, these shirts are for sale. I love them. I have a new vendor. I really like them. It's probably going to be in a link here on this video. If not, remind me of the course, and the course of the flight, I'll throw it on there. We got a 5x5. That's great. William, how are you? I said that already. You're good to go. And then Mike Coffee. He says, I want a flying boat. Where's your cargo shorts and deck shoes? I got them right here, dude. I'm rocking shorts and I got my boat shoes on. This is exactly what I'd be wearing if we were flying. Sean, what's up, bud? Good evening. How are you? By the way, guys, I don't know if you've ever had to rent a bouncy house, those bouncy castles. The price doubled from last year. I'll tell you what, man, that's inflation for you. That's pretty good. Oh, you got to admit that was good. That was really good. Tell me in the chat below. I want to hear in the chat below. Like, you got to be kidding me. That was pretty funny. I don't care who you are. That was funny. All right, let's go. Let's do this. We got weight and balance. Pretty much our weight's the same from last time. This is our third leg. We've got 10 legs to get around the Caribbean. I've got a couple islands that we're going to hit. We're looking around 20 to 30,000 pounds of weight here. You got all this chicken scratch on there. So we're taking about 1,000 pounds of 1,000 gallons of low lead, which pretty much cost about $5,400 just to fill it. So, and we didn't top off the tanks. I did a lot of work here, and I'll show you. I was driving myself crazy today. By the way, this is our range charts. Yes, we're nuts. This is what I did this week. I worked on our specific range, what we had, because we're going long haul. So, and this, you guys are. I mean, look at this. I haven't done this crap in years, and we're looking at. I'm going to be using a whiz wheel here, and this is it's not an E6B. I'm using an E3 something or other from BC12. What is this thing? This is a CR3 computer from Jeppesen. That's what we're using today. Man, but anyway, I estimate around burning around around that 800 to 900 gallons of fuel. We'll see. Hopefully, it won't burn that much, but these are our legs, and I've got our headings ready to go. We're going to do dead reckoning this entire flight. That means no GPS. We're going to be looking out the window, and we're going to be flying the airplane. How's that? Good stuff? I hope you enjoy this. Boo! Steve says boo. Well, come on, that was good. Good evening here. I hope the week was good. What do you call a cow who really is good at basketball? Okay, that's it's funny. Shelton Bondner says just don't put him in a helicopter. Yeah, yeah, that's right. That was pretty crazy. All right, let's do a walk around inspection, and then we're gonna rock and roll out of here. Okay, that's on. I got to do a couple of things. Housekeeping. That's on. All right, we're gonna start here. We're gonna do our walk around, and we're gonna get this airplane rocking and rolling. Everything looks good. We got the airplane washed. Again, remember I had to come in here. I had a company had to charge us to watch the aircraft. Well, that's what they did. They charged us, man. Tires looking good. Inflation's great. Let's pull those chocks out of here. I wonder if I could do that. How do I do that? Get them out. Could I hit like A or something? I don't know. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Checking the brakes. Brakes look good on the aircraft. Again, we had to do that because we had to get the hull washed. This airplane was in the water for a full week in salt water, and salt water and metal just don't mix. So we had to get it washed. That looks good. Again, looking at the gear here. Sorry if I'm all weird. I'm using a Xbox controller for the walk-around inspection. All right, so we're going to top off this drop tank. We've got fuel in there. We have no fuel in the floats. So all the weight we don't want on the ends of the wings here. The elevator aileron looks good. We want the weight kind of more into the where the the wing tanks are. That's over here. And actual matter of fact, I'm doing this wrong. Whoops. Sorry, my bad. We're going to come over here, and we're going to go to the front of the aircraft first. And then we'll do a walk around here, and we'll get this thing started. There she is, all of her glory. This is the Albatross. I love this airplane. I wish one of these days that is going to be my boat, plane, and everything else. Let's take a look at that strut. Strut looks good. All right. Strut and tires look good. They should. We only had one landing on them so far. All right, props looking good. We'll come over here to our drop tank. That looks good as well. Next week, folks, we will not be streaming, but I'm probably going to release. I got to get rid of this thing. How am I going to get rid of this thing? Like that. Okay. Next week, I have to camp. I have a camp out with the scouts again that I'm going on. So what we'll end up doing is I'll have a video for you, or a couple of videos. I don't know. We might have a video. I might have to film this because like I said, we only have 10 weeks to do this, right? Now it's less than 9 weeks now before we go back to quote work. And that's going to be with the hockey charters again and the MD-80 and flying the line and all that stuff. And I'm still doing that. It's just I'm recording those videos. So hopefully you guys are all right with that. I got new shirts coming out. We got new merch. This is one of them. If you love the ocean and you love fishing, this is what you'd want. All right, elevator's looking good. Ailerons look good. Let's go ahead and just get this done, and we are going to be rocking and rolling here in just a minute. I got the airplane fueled up already. So I put that in, put the gas in, everything else. Let's go ahead and throw that on there. That looks good. Okay, a good airplane, guys. Engine's looking good. Now let's go ahead and get on up in there and pop that door open. And let's go. Let's go flying. Okay, maybe not. There we go. I'm just going to go ahead and disconnect that. Good. It is hot in this office, and I've got the AC on, and I'm trying to get the temp down. All right, let me get to your comments. I got that. Shelton says, I got that. This should be fun. Good. Yes, I'm excited. CSS simulation was released to 500. Yes, and the NDA is now lifted for me. Would Coastal buy that? Nope, not at all. We don't have a contract with PMDG, but we wouldn't buy that 500. And if you bought it, then you'll know why. There's no way I'm buying that airplane. It doesn't work on my system, and it really never has. So I can't operate it. By the way, I don't know if you guys read it. You probably didn't. Coastal Airways just put in a massive order for new aircraft. We put it, not new, but used. We put in an order for seven 737-600s with one on option. We got them at a good deal. Those 600s are going to fill that gap that the 500 or the 717 would fill. And we went with this one instead. We went with these 600. They got their spots, and they cost a lot to operate. Unfortunately, almost the same as a almost the same as a 700, but that's all right. We got some cool stuff coming. In the fall for Coastal, really good new destinations. A lot of New York. We're going to start hitting some fun marketing. Eat your heart out, Southwest. We're coming for you. Watch out. We're coming for you. I'm telling you right now. They have just opened the door to marketing that we're going to take advantage of big time. And the airplane's already in the paint shop. So I would love to hear your thoughts on what the heck that's going to be. But that's what we're doing. All right, battery switch. Let's go ahead and throw that thing on. It's down here. Where are you? Battery switch. I got to peek around, kind of take a look. There's our battery. Let's throw that on. Peek. Let's get that going. We got the gauges are alive. It's good to see. We're going to check our fuel quantity gauge. Fuel is good. That's, again, just the top tanks. The main tanks. That actually doesn't show the other tanks here. Generators are off, and they are bingo, bango. Cowl flaps and oil cooler flaps. Going to throw those open right here. 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1000, 5. Let's go ahead and get those coolers on. 5 seconds each. And this opens the flaps in the engines so we don't overheat the dang things. These things are radial engines, right? So they need a little 10 to 11 care with these aircraft. You see the flaps on there. The cowl flaps are open. Otherwise, you'll burn them up, and that's the end of that. Nick, what's going on, dude? Ooh, nice aircraft. Steve, yes. So I'm not going to tell you what it is, but we're taking on the whole bags fly free thing. We've got them. We've got them right where we want them. You guys are going to love it. It's genius marketing on our side. So that's all I'm going to say. All right, engine cowl is full open. Cockpit lighting as required. We're good on that. Avionics master. Yeah, we gotta have down. We gotta have radios and stuff, right? So we gotta turn those master switches. Where is that thing? It's like tucked in the back here somewhere. I forget. Nope, there it is, right there. On. Okay, radio's on. Good. Master switches on. Left, right fuel pumps. We'll check those off. I just want to come up here. That fuel pump's off, and the other side is off. By the way, congratulations to the Florida Panthers. They're getting it done. And you know how they're getting it done? Because they hit. That's how they're getting it done. So, again, awesome. I can't wait to get into the finals. It's going to be awesome to watch. I'm looking forward to watching it. Left to right fuel pumps off. Mixtures are cut out, which is over here. Those are off. Good deal on the mixture. Throttle gust locks disengaged. That's pulled and forward. That's great. Throttles are idle. Magnetos are not off, and they should be. They were off. Sorry. Okay, magnetos are off. What else we got? Magnetos off. Fuel selector, left and right mains are coming on here. I've got left is on main and right is on main. We want to see that. Our supercharger is on the low side. It's full forward. It is good. And we got propeller RPM, max RPM. And I'm just going to just check that. I'm going to throw a switch. You see how the light went off? And we're going to go ahead and throw it increase. Now it's on max RPM. Very different on this aircraft. Flaps are up. They are. Parking brake is set. Good. Hydraulic hand pump stowed. That's going to be under your seat and under my seat right there. It's stowed. Okay, we've got wheel chocks are on and stowed, and our beacon light. We're going to throw the beacon light on. I'll throw the nav on. Beacon's on. Throw that off. We don't need them. Beacon's on and nav's on. We're ready to start here. Let's clear the prop. Clear prop. Both sides. You yell at your window. I'll yell at mine, and we'll be good to go. All right, here we go. Engine master is coming on. Magneto's coming on both. 1, 2. I gotta throw it all the way over. Come on, you little. All right, hold on. Let me just take a peek up there with. Yeah, there we go. By the way, guys, I have a new shirt coming out. It's awesome. I mean, I love it. It's a wicked great white coming out of the water. It's sweet. And with our 737-800 in the background, it's gonna be nice. Fun fact: Grumman also made mail trucks. I did not know that. That's awesome. I did not know that at all. That's pretty cool. All right, let's do this. Left fuel pump switch. We're gonna go throw that on, which is right over here. We're just gonna go whoop. Get that fuel pumping in. I can feel it in my seat. That's good. And we're gonna go full rich on the mixture. Left side. Here we go. Full rich all the way in. Set. Left fuel pump switch is on. We did that primer switch. We're going to hold 4 seconds. What this do is actually rotate the that big old blade there to get that fuel primed. We'll go ahead. 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1000. Let it go. You would see those things, you know, just kind of turning. Okay, and then we're going to start. You ready for the starter? Here we go. Oh, shoot, I need my whiz wheel. Don't knock that off the counter. All right, here we go. We're starting. Right, until it kicks in. Come on. Give me a light. She's rattling and shaking and everything else. All right, we got a good light right there. Nice. Look at her cough. Look at that thing. We got to get the ladder up. You guys in the back, you got to put the ladder in. I'd be yelling back there, get the ladder in. All right, here's our journey. Our journey is now starting. Let me go ahead and stow that ladder here while I'm thinking of it. All right, we got that. EFB mount is on. We already cleaned the windshield because they got the whole thing for us. The whole aircraft was watched, so we had the windshield cleaned, which was nice. Yeah, I think so. I think that's what that was, wasn't it? Clean windshield, yes. Thank you. All right, good. And I'm going to check that off now. I want to see something. Okay, good. We'll just keep that on there now. We won't do that again until we get another thing going here. Left generator coming on this side. Throw it on. We've got it on. I've got good stuff coming in, and we're going to do the same thing on the right side. By the way, we're on VATSIM, folks, so if you want to come on and fly with me, come on in. Love to have you. This is not a single person. You guys are more than welcome to fly. Fire up your airplane, your jet, whatever you want to fly, get over here. We're going out of Providenciales to St. Martin, and we're going to do a water landing. That's if we don't have to do a technical stop with the fuel. So we'll see if that happens. Right, fuel rich right there. All right, mixture pump is on. Let's go and throw that on there. That's off. All right, here we go. Prime it. 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1000. Let it go. Here we go. Let's crank it. Manifold pressure's in. We got a good light. How's that looking? Look at that bad boy, huh? Nice. It's purring. I like to hear the sound of that, right? All right, let's check our oil pressure. We'll check everything else on the engine instruments here. All right, oil pressure's looking good. Oil temp's looking good, and our pressure, our fuel temp. Oil temps are good, and our fuel's good. All right, let's throw the right generator on. All right, you guys, we got 2 good lights coming in. Let's check our voltage. Battery, bus, APU, generator on the right side. We are on. Okay, good. Everything else good to go. Let's get the weather. Cabin doors are closed. I got the window open here, that's fine. Cabin doors are closed, and I'm only going to use, well, actually, I don't need it. All right, we're good on that. Altimeter pressure, we'll go ahead and get that, and comms and radios, we'll get transponders coming in. I'm going to throw that on right now, so we're going to squawk VFR. It's going to go on. It's 15 degrees outside air temperature here. We have a nice ride up to, you know, a little cloudy here. It's overcast forecast in St. Marten. 140 at 7 knots. We're going to be taking runway 10. And let me just call the frequency here. We're going to be VFR. Pretty much, obviously, we'd get an IFR out of here. We'd get clearance to leave this airport, but let me go ahead and look up the charts really quick. We'll pick up the frequency for taxi, and we're going to get out of here. And you guys, it's important that we get out of here pretty much on time because, let's see here, clearance 120.65. Sorry, 120.65 on the clearance. I don't want to use this. Maybe you guys could show me how to shut that dumb thing off. All right, comm radio 126.65, right? What did I say? Yeah, 119.9. That's it, 119.9. All right, right there, 119 now. We'll flip it over. I'm good. Is there any way to shut this off without shutting off the... you guys tell me because I have no idea. All right, I'm going to try to trim this. I'm going to trim it up just a little bit. Elevator up. Just slightly up. There we go, right there. That's perfect. All right, you guys ready to rock and roll? Here we go. I've got temperature, pressures. I need the pressure here. We're doing 1014. I wonder if I can zoom into that. 1014. 1014. Now, what the heck? That is something that I wish... what the... that's the only problem about this. You guys got to tell me. How do you do that? Is there a way to flip it so I can get... I'm just going to go to what the altitude is on the airport. How's that? We'll do it old school. What's the altitude here? Altitude on this. How about 8 feet? So I got it. We're going to do 8 feet unless you tell me how to get the inches. All right, what's going on here? It's 180. I don't want 180. I want 8 feet. Something's wrong. That's negative. That's why. Okay. We're going to go 0. We'll just go right to 0. Getting a call. I don't even know where my phone is. Hey, Pops, how are you? I'd be afraid of that Canadian team, just saying. I don't know, man. I don't know. All right, we're good, folks. You ready to go? Flaps coming set. Flap set 15. All right, let's go here. Brakes off. You guys ready? Let's do this thing. Get a little gas going. Get a little oomph. We're on our way, folks. Somebody needs to write down the takeoff time because I'm surely going to forget it. So me give him a call here. Ah, shoot, hang on, I gotta, dang it. I forgot something. How we doing on your side? Looking good. It's nice and early in the Caribbean. You know, nobody's even out of bed yet. It's pretty early in the morning here local.
On runway 28.
Yeah, we're going to taxi down, back taxi, and then we'll come back. I just got to reset this really quick. Sorry if I'm heading off the end of the runway here. I'm doing two things at once. And not very well. There, okay. Click apply, click OK. All right, let's give him a call. Providence Dallas traffic on November 160 Zulu, back taxi on runway 28 from runway 10. Okay, let's do a run up. Just about 15 right now. The Indy 500, you guys watch that? That just came through, didn't it? All right, I'm going to go ahead and shut the window now. I wish the sounds were better, right? I'll get your comments here in a minute. Let me just get this here. All right, left-right fuel pumps coming on. That side's on. I think the right side was on. Yep, we kept it on. Pitot heat, well, we'll keep that off for now. De-ice switch we don't need. Flight controls are free and clear. Let's go ahead and check our flight controls. Good, good. Landing lights will come on. Strobes are coming on since we're on the runway. Click extend, we'll throw them to the on position. Yeah, I want to turn off this display. You guys got to tell me how to do it. I don't want to see that. We're doing dead reckoning. Straight up headings, runway compass headings. Speaking of compass, where the heck is ours? That's a good idea. Novel idea. Where's our compass? There. Nope. All right, we got to look for a compass on this aircraft. There's got to be one in here. That's standard equipment. I just haven't used it in forever, so. Transponder's good. We've checked the engine instruments. We're ready to go, folks. We're going to rotate the aircraft. Normal speed here. Yeah, let me just verify this really quick. All right, let's go this way. There we go. I'm just kind of getting off the runway here really quick, and I'm looking for something. So I'll get your comments here shortly. I'm missing a page on my checklist. That's not what I want. That's all right. All right. Let's stop right there. Take a look at your comments, and let's see who's get over here. Flying later. Not tonight. Got to put the kids to bed. Yeah, I get it. Nate's. Nate. What's going on, Nate, by the way? Turn off the avionics. Yeah, but then I lose my radio, right? If I turned off the avionics, what are we going to lose? Anybody know? We'll use our radios. Yeah, I can't communicate. And I can't even see out of my... Yeah, that's not going to work. I mean, I could pop a breaker. By the way, if Nate, is that you, the Nate I'm thinking of? If it is, your channel, my buddy Nate is building a G1000 unit. He's possibly going to sell. Well, that's going to be awesome. I can't wait to get a hold of one of those, because then I can use it. All right, we're just not going to look down. All right, after takeoff, you guys, per our paperwork, yeah, pull the breaker. I know there is the breaker. Can I pull the breaker here? Audio panel, annunciator panel. Responder encoder. Water pump, no. Left, no. That's right. We won't look at it. I'm going to need some VORs anyway, so. All right, you guys. I'm going to go ahead and just bring the brake on. We're going to do a quick run up. I'm going to bring them up to about 2,000 RPM. We'll run them up just a little bit. Get that pressure going. Nice. All right, next one. I gotta lock it up on top, guys. I can't see. There we go. Listen for it. I heard a drop. Heard another drop. Good. All right, let's drop it back. All right, who's ready to fly? After takeoff, what we're gonna do is we're gonna fly to a heading of. Where is it? Close that. We got a heading of approximately 118 degrees, depending. The way I calculated the wing, wrong, Nate. Yeah, all right. It's not you then. He just called me Nate. That's why. You said you're putting the kids to bed. So I was like, okay, maybe it's that Nate. I know a couple Nates. All right, here we go. Providence, Cialis traffic. November 106. Zulu, taking runway 10, departure to the south. All right, you guys, flaps 15, we're ready to go. If we have a engine failure with this airplane, there's only one place we're going, and that's going to be straight on down. All right, here, let's go bring him on up. 54. I want to kill that. About 54. Come on, you little. There we go. At about 80 knots, we'll start giving a little aft pull. There's 70. There's 80. Here we go. Rotate this beast off the runway. All right, we got a positive rate. Gear coming up. That gear coming in. That's pretty sweet. All right, we're airborne. Engine instruments are looking good. Let's maintain that runway center line. We're climbing about 120, and we're VFR, so we got to remain clear of clouds here. So I'm just going to hold off. We'll clean up our flap, and we're going to get fun here. Anybody with a compass? We're going to have to research where the heck this compass is. All right, I got a hole. We're going to take it. We'll take this hole right up here. Climb up to 15,000. I think it's going to be VFR on top, the best way we can do it. I know, I think we're good now. We're going to start the climb here. $15,000 right there. All right, see this hole? That's what I want. I want to take this hole, and then we're going to cut out, and then we're going to go in. Then we get on course here. While you guys look for a compass here. Give me a second. I got to do my after takeoff stuff. Kind of get through these clouds. And then we get it configured. And I'm going to pitch to about 120 on the speed. And then we're going to go to a heading of 118. A compass heading of 118. What the heck, man? There's got to have a compass in. It's a boat. Right? Is it just me? Wow. All right, my paperwork says 118. Well, let's see here. With the correction, 124 with the correction. So 124. And this is me calculating that stuff. There we go. 124. Let's get the autopilot rocking. Once I get 120 set, I'm going to go ahead and get that climb established. I want us to, want us to climb at about right there. There we go. All right, autopilot's coming on. I am going to use the autopilot mode, and we're going to do the level change deal, which is right there, which makes basically hold about at 120. That's about right. Let's see where the winds are at. Winds have shifted a little bit. I was expecting 190. I'm turning off my little guy on the Navigraph app. So I'm going to shut off the moving map mode. So we are completely visual here unless we can't get it visual. I do have to tune an VOR in here. Wow, it's pretty crazy with that thing off. All right, let me get a climb check. I'm missing a document. Ah, that's where it is. By the way, takeoff time was 01 Zulu. Thank you. I'm missing a document. Hang on, I gotta grab it. It's down here under my feet. This is gonna be interesting. I don't know what happened. Did the airplane do something stupid? All right, we're doing 131. I need to get back on course here. Heading. We got to go 124-ish. There we are. Okay, I do want a VOR tune. You guys think that's cheating? We might be VFR. I mean, we might be on top here, so I can't tell you. That dead reckoning is going to be tough if you can't see out the window. So we can use our VORs for help, and I'll kind of do that here in a minute. Let me just get the cruise climb done. Normal takeoff, we've got that done. Airspeed's good. Throttles, we're going to go ahead and maintain on the cruise climb. We're going to pull the manifold pressure back to about 36, about right there. Here we go. All right, there it is. And then our RPM, we're going to set the RPM to 2,400. So the RPM's right up here. I'm going to bring that back to 24. Ah, shoot, I can't do it that way, can I? Nope. So I'm going to go like this. Best thing to do is come over here, and we're going to decrease it. Hold it, let it go. Let it go. All right, there's about 2450. Actually, that's at 25. I'm going to lower it down a little bit more. There's about 24. Very odd system, isn't it? I mean, you would technically... All right, let me get your comments. Shoots on, yes. Nate Graham just joined. That's the Nate I was talking about. I'd say darn near. By the way, takeoff was, thank you, simulating airborne yoga as well. Yes. MSFS 24, plane study level. I can't believe it, but maybe. Yeah, this is close. Nate, welcome aboard, by the way. And he is the one I was talking about. He's the one. Hey, all right, this behind me. This we should see islands over here on the left side, and it's really going to be difficult because I might not be able to, with all this cloud cover. It's going to be hard to dead reckon. We could try, but we'll see. Okay, flaps are up. We're maintaining 120 on the climb. That's good. We're doing about 122, and I might have to throw a VOR in here, you guys. I can't, you know, with confidence say, yeah, I can see the islands. It's going to be really tough unless we can get rid of this cloud cover. But let's throw in a VOR. Does anybody know what a VOR stands for? What does VOR mean? Anybody would like to guess? We're going to go one. I put it on my dang paperwork. And Nate, he's the one I was talking about developing the cockpit. I got 6% on this thing, 100% on that. So I got to switch my line. This bad boy. I got 114.2. All right, let me plug that in here. 114.2. Yes, I know. There's only so much I can do if I can't see. So I do want to use the VOR. 114.2. Yes. Oh, I can do it. Tune it right here, you guys. Good. All right, I said I wanted to flip. All right, 1142. There's the VOR. All right, let's shoot over to about 120 degree radial. That's going to give us kind of where we want to go. Is this cheating? No. I wouldn't say it's cheating. I only say that because I can't see anything. So you got to cut me some slack. I can't see nothing. I'll tell you what, though, the fuel state is going to be one of those things we're going to have to really look at. And that's going to take us to Grand Turk, 114.2. It's chasing the radial around. And that wind is a tailwind of 5 knots. I was expecting about it shifting to the to a headwind or slightly at 190. We're going to have a crosswind to the right the whole time. But I could be wrong. Outside air temperature right now, it is we're going to have to go on supplemental oxygen here soon. So we got that to deal with. And then we'll get into that transition level of cruise. And this is endurance. So that gives us 4 hours and 38 minutes. That ain't going to cut the mustard. We're going to have to... this first leg should take us right around 8 to 9 minutes. So I'm going to tune to Grand Turk. And that's the first... About 117 is where I planned. So I'm going to go heading select. Oh, shoot. I'm going to go heading select right there. Heading hold. And then I'm going to flip over to Grand Turk 114.2. Wait, I am at Grand Turk right now. I mean, we're inbound. Yeah, we're inbound the 120 degree. That's what I want. So that puts us approximately... Give me a distance. Why is there no... Is there no DME on here? No, there is a DME. This is a 4-tack. All right, what do you guys say? Very high omnidirectional range. Or for the Panthers, very off reigning champion, something like that. Yeah, there you go. VOR stands for very old radio. I know, I'm kidding. I gotta have some fun, guys. Otherwise, what's the point, right? Why am I not getting a dang DMB reading? I should be, and I see it right ahead. You see that right there? Boom! This is straight ahead. This is going to be the South Caicos. Right up here, South Caicos. 6 minutes. We took off when on the clock. So time check for us right now, it's 12:02 in the sim. That's what I'm caring about right there. Right here. Right there. So 1202. Outside air temperature is 18 degrees. That's nice and cold. Let's go ahead and throw on some ventilation for you. I'll throw the heater on. You're going to want a little bit of heat going. Once we hit Grand Turk, this is the South Caicos, Grand Turk straight ahead. And what we'll end up doing from there is we're going to turn to a heading on my paperwork about 174 degrees, and I'll show you. That ain't right. I got to plug it in again. Right there. I'll show you where we're going to turn here. And like I said, Nate's building a G1000. Pretty cool. We're going to go 174. Compass heading should be 177, right around there with the winds. But that was forecasting a little bit different. So those winds were slightly different than they are now. We got to hold we got to hold 30. I'll push that manifold up a little bit, guys. So cruise climb should be at 36 MP, so 36 manifold, which is straight up on my throttles. I mean, I can't do anything else. I mean, they're pushing them straight up there. Vaguely following a route. Yeah, kind of. Vaguely operational receiver. Good stuff. All right, so what we'll end up doing is we've got, we're going to jam on this one. I want to hit Grand Turk. Here, we're pretty much bang on. I feel like we're bang on course, because straight ahead, you've got Grand Turk right there. South Caicos we're passing, and then I want to turn about 174 degrees. I just feel like we might hit that. We might have to open it up, guys. It's for the supercharger at 15, I think. Again, supercharger is going to burn more fuel, so we got to be careful. There's another cloud deck up ahead. It's not so cloudy. It's a little ridiculous. That sucks. I don't have a DME reading. But right there is the middle Caicos and then the southern Caicos. And then we've got Grand Turk up ahead. And that's when we hit that VOR, we're going to go that 174 degrees. Now, while you guys looking around, I'm going to look for a dang compass on this airplane. There has got to be a compass here somewhere on this bird. Where are you, compass? There's got to be a compass here. There's no way there isn't. It's from 1950 something. Unless they did like an MD-80 and they put it in the back somewhere. Shoot, by the way, you guys, I got to do my checklist here. I'm getting all sorts confused. Let's throw that off. And we're going to throw that one off. If 2 fuel pumps are off, that's done. I'm looking out the window. I cannot believe I don't see a compass. Landing lights are coming off. We're going to go ahead and clean them up. Strobe, nav, and beacons are on. Yeah, you got me. I don't know why there's not a compass on this airplane. There needs to be, though. Grumman, I got a question. All right, let's take a look. This looks like on my chart a pretty big island down there, and it looks like it's connected all the way over. So that's going to be the Caicos, probably the South Caicos. As we're vaguely tracking the VOR, we're not really anymore. We're holding that 115 heading. I'm going to go ahead and slide over a little bit over, just slightly, about 130 on the heading. Really sucks with this cloud cover. I just You know, and that's going to get worse up there. We might have to go IFR on this bad boy. I really can't see where Grand Turk is, and we're coming into some nasty stuff up there. Oh, I don't like that. Well, what's the temperature up here? 7 degrees. We'll see. We have to play the icing. We might have to descend a little bit. We'll see. I can't tell. There's 14.7. We're going to level off or 15. And we should be there in about, I think our first one said 16 minutes or so, depending on our ground speed. You know, our ground speed doesn't tell me that. Does it not tell me the ground speed on here? It does on my other display, but it should tell us our ground speed on this. Yeah, this is going to be a bummer. We're going to be right into this stuff. Yeah, we're in the cloud, just barely there. We could probably climb a little on the higher side, so I'm going to go ahead and throw the boost on. We got supplemental oxygen as well. So 15, let's go a little higher. Let's go 17. Let's see if she can climb the 17. We're going to go 17.5 on the climb. Do I have flight level change here? Let's see what happens. Yo, there we go. Another nice ride. I wanted to see if, oh, we're icing up. I knew we were going to have some icing issues. Prop de-icer coming on. Flight deck. Alright, that is not good for our airplane. We have de-icing boots. Pitot heater is on. Alright, you guys. I'm going to have to descend here. Unless we can climb above this crap. But then we iced up with clear ice pretty quick. How's our airspeed doing? Trying to get through this layer. Punch through it. We can de-ice this thing. There's de-icing boots on the aircraft. I don't know if they work. I hope so. Because we're going to be one heavy duck if that's not the case. How are we looking on the wings? So far, so good. Alright, well, we had a little layer in there. We got some icing. Now I'll try to see if we can get some windshield ice going on. Windshield washer. What the heck does that do? Give me a second here. It's 15.9. Let's take a look at this. Ugh. Can't believe we're icing up in the Caribbean. Okay, let's take a look. Static source is fine. Windshield. Are you telling me I can't move this? No, I can't de-ice my dang windshield. Are you serious right now? Isn't there heat? That ain't gonna be good, you guys. Can't do that. That's on, that's on. The heater, pitot heat is on. Prop de-icer's on. I can throw that off now. Alright, we're in the sun, so cooked it off. Gosh. Grand Turks coming up. Sorry, you see it right there? I just need a ground speed. 185 is good. We'll take it. Alright, there's 17.5. Come on, it's a Sobo plane. Just to the right of the red switch, you were messing with the windshield de-ice. Yeah, but it doesn't work. It doesn't, I can't click it. There's no click spot. It's just toast. And no compass to boot. Who has an airplane with no compass? I mean, really? Am I missing something? All right, we're going to go 17.5. Everybody's on supplemental oxygen. And we're going to go ahead and we got to start pulling back this. You guys, I'm afraid we can't go VFR today. We're VFR on top, but we can't dead reckon anything. I mean, it's not clear here. I see the island. There's Grand Turk right through the cloud. If the cloud stays like this. All right, we're going to do the cruise. Supercharger above 10. We're set high. We're going to maintain 30 once we just level off. We'll go 17.5 and level off, and then yeah, the black switch to the right just didn't work. So, you know, there's that. Just didn't work. Like right here. This is windshield anti-ice warning in case of fire. Turn it off. Okay, here, let's do this right there. There's our flow. Oh, it's done now. We're good. But that does work. So that would probably give it a little defrost that we needed. But we're good. We're not iced up anymore. So I'm going to go ahead and throw off the icing equipment. We don't need that. And then we're going to turn to that heading I was talking about. Heater will keep on ventilating. That is on. Prop de-icer's off. And that all is good. Well, that was fun. Nice and exciting. All right, we're leveling off here in about 50 feet. We'll start transitioning to the cruise portion. There's the island right below us. That's Grand Turk. There's nothing else here. And then we're going to turn to a heading of 174-ish. We're just about the 160, 70, about 175 radial, 175 degree outbound. And that's 150. There's 160. There's 170. There's 175 right there. All right. I'm going to go heading now. And I'm going to turn the aircraft about right now because it's Grand Turk. I do want to get up to a good speed here of about 140, and then we're going to pull back the we'll put back there. Nice intercept angle. There we go. There it is. Man, this airplane is cooking. Well, I'm sorry we didn't give you a good visual today, but let's go in and start planning for the cruise. I need to start saving gas. Otherwise, we're going to have a problem. All right, that's good. Throttles are coming down to 30 on the manifold pressure. All right, good. Throttle RPM 1800. All right, with me on this, we're going to go decrease to 1800. Let it go. Let's see if it can maintain it. I don't know if it can. We'll see. And then we're going to go float tanks. We're actually going to throw our, right here, instead of drops, we're going to go drop tank 1, drop tank 2. Let's just make sure that's on. Yes, yes, good. So we're pulling out of those drop tanks, and we don't have any fuel in the floats, so that's what we're going to have to use. I'm expecting an intercept on the VOR. And then our next waypoint is going to be Haiti. And one more thing I got to do. We're going to come upstairs and we're going to play this game of I hope the engine doesn't choke. So stay with me. We're going to go to normal on the mixture. Right there. And stop. That's why I'm only doing one at a time. There and stop. It's at normal, and this is for endurance. Stop playing with fire. There, I don't want to play with fire, so that's good. That gave us 8 hours and 22 minutes of endurance with a ground speed. You guys, let's take a look at our ground speed here really quick. I do want to get a ground speed. This is our map. I don't want that. I don't want that either. All right, back. Back. That's TMR reference. No. That's timer. Index. No, that's ident. Transponder. CDI. Yup. $130 indicated, and we're doing. I gotta shut the. We're doing what? 174 over the ground. Okay. Here comes the VOR. The radial coming in. So we'll intercept that, and then we're gonna go outbound. And really, it's ocean right now. I planned for this, by the way. I planned to be about 160. We're gonna go ahead and shut the halfways. We're gonna close those 1002, 1003. Gotta get those doors closed. About halfway. All right. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and intercept this radial outbound, and that's gonna take us to Puerto Plata. And then we're going to go straight through Dominican Republic. And we're set. I don't know if the airplane's going to be able to handle this. We'll see. We're doing about 109 gallons per hour. So let's see. What did I miss? You missed. Yeah, we got icing in the Caribbean, Chris. That's what you missed. We're up to 17.5. We got VFR on top. Unfortunately, you know, dead reckoning is a thing that we're just gonna have to play with some VORs, and we'll go outbound on the VOR, and then we'll intercept. Yeah, it's you know, it's a bummer, but it is what it is, right? We should be hitting that headwind. There's that wind that shifted. We shifted, what did we got? 180, 282 at 5. It's grabbing that VOR. That's what it's doing. About 100. All right, so let's do the math. 109 gallons per hour. Let's do what, you know, let's do what we think here. 109 gallons per hour. I got to write this down. So I estimated and planned for 26 or 0.26. It's 0.26. 0.26 pounds. Where's my... I need my stinking calculator. I'm going to throw my whiz wheel up here, and I'll show you what I'm going to plan on doing here. So if we're doing 0.26 pounds per mile, this sequence is 106 miles. Well, I estimated 27 pounds of fuel. Well, pounds, you have to get into gallons. That's 6. It's 165 gallons we anticipate to burn here. Now we're doing 109 gallons per hour. That's good. All right, so that's really, 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 really good, guys. That 109 gallons per hour is under the burn. That's what I was really stressing about on this flight is, boy, we really need to make sure we can get this thing dialed back. But if we're doing 109 gallons per hour now, all right, so 109 gallons per hour, we're going to divide that. Let's get it into pounds. So we're going to divide that by 6, which gives us 18.1 pound per hour. So 18 pounds per hour. How do we get that in nautical miles? Shoot, I don't know. It depends on how, again, it depends on how fast we're going in the whole 9 yards. But let me get to your comments here. Climbed over it. Yep. Gallons per hour should be pounds in a plane like this. Something told me using pounds and using in a 2-phase of flight more accurate. Yeah, pounds is better. But the problem with using pounds is this is from 1954. Okay, so this airplane does fuel flow in gallons per hour, plus the, oh, there it is, nautical mile per gallon. 1.5 nautical miles per gallon. No. No. 1 point nautical mile per gallon. So are you? There's no way. 1.5. I calculated. All right, hold on. Let me think about this. 0.26. That's no way, because that would be 3 pounds. 0.26 times 6. 1.5. It is. 1.56 pound. No, 1.56 gallons per nautical mile. And we calculated, I don't know. Yes, it's right. I'm just looking at, this is our gallons in reserve. That's the drop tanks that we've got on there. And then our endurance. So that's pretty good, you guys. So we're going to hold this. We're doing about $1.25. Let's do some time, fuel, distance calculations. Ground speed 165. So I knew this leg would be a little longer. I anticipated it to be 42 minutes, this leg. So whoever's keeping track, that's the one thing I didn't do is write down the dang time. I mean, you did, Steve, so that's good. Yeah, Joe, we have to be VOR. We can't see nothing, right? We're just blown out here. We've got clouds everywhere, so we're kind of stuck on that. I'm going to try to squeeze out a little more performance on the aircraft by closing the oil cooler doors just a little bit. Oops, that was opening. I just want to make sure the cylinder head temperatures are not going to go nuts and the oil temp's not going to go super crazy on us. So let's just take a look at that. It's just going to help the drag situation. So our cylinder head temperatures, that's our fuel quantity. That's carb. Woo, our carb temp is nasty. Oil temp's okay. Right there and there. There's our cylinder head right there. It's about little under 200. 2,000. What I mean? 200. Okay, now where in the heck is a compass? Anybody see a compass on this airplane? I don't see anything here. You got to be kidding me. How can they not have a compass on this airplane? So again, built in 1950, but that was like a primary instrument back then. was a whiskey compass. Right? I mean, what am I missing? What happens if your avionics goes crap? Where's my compass? I don't have a whiskey compass in this airplane. Yes, I'm going to complain. Now at least it's smooth. We got some smooth air here. Right? That's nice. Why am I hitting my head on something? I don't know. There we are. The McDonnell Douglas would have it somewhere back here. You know, you got to look in like a mirror or something. I don't know. Strange. All right, so with that being said, we're holding a good course here, about 100 and this leg's about 106 miles. Let's hope to not put a compass on this plane. It does have a compass. Yeah, it definitely has a compass. You can't fly without one. I mean, that's right. I mean, that's the deal. I just don't know what I'm missing. Am I missing something, gentlemen? Is that temperature there? I wonder if that's the temperature for the cabin. You guys want it 50? I'll give it to you at 70. How's that? 68. And we'll go cabin air on. Here we go. Because it's a little cold outside. It's like negative 3 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a little chilly. All right. The next leg, what I'm going to do is time it. And I planned our next leg to be about 54 minutes. This leg should take about 40 something minutes. Now let's look at my whiz wheel. So whiz wheel is right here. This little guy, we're going to do some time field distance calculations with this. So we're doing about 100 and what we say, 165 over the ground right now? Yeah, so we're doing 165 knots. And why can't I get a DME reading? This is annoying. Is there something I'm not doing properly with the G1000? I should have a DME on this. I feel like I tuned the VOR. We have it in there. I should have a DME. And we're going to do a crossover to Puerto Plata in just a minute. And I only think there's only one nav. There's nav 2 as well. Where's nav 2? All right, so I'm going to try nav 2. And we're going to tune nav 2 to 115.1. Okay, there's 1151. We're going to flip it over there. And I'm going to change. I have to zoom in. Hang on. All right, let's check this out. Because I am very weak with G1000s, as you guys know. CDI. Okay, so that's our VOR2. No, nothing. Great. I can't tune that. I didn't want to do that. What the heck are you doing, dude? It should be the 180. What did I say? 175. Yeah, we're there. And I want to go nav. Make sure we're on it. Okay, so we got PTA in, but I don't have a DME. Anybody understand what's going on here? Is located in the upper part of the cockpit near the windshield. It's a separate instrument that displays. Well, this is the G1000 setup. So it might not have it. It's not like the old ancient ones. You know what I mean? Anybody see a compass up there? You know what I would have on this? I'd have all sorts of charts. I had charts on there. I had like my burger and fries. Like, what the crap? That's what I'd have there. Well, there is none. I don't know what to tell you. There is no compass. I think there is one with the older style. You know, they have a gauged one. I think that's what we're talking about here. I don't see nothing. Got to pull a rabbit out of a hat here. Where the heck is it? How do you not have a compass? I don't know. All right, anyway, let me get to my... Mike says, I don't like this plane. I like it. It's awesome. I mean, it really is an awesome airplane here. It's just maybe the new... They still should have a compass in the airplane. It's part of the required instrumentation. All right, time field distance, 165 over the ground. I can't get a DME call for this, so what I'm going to do is put this grommet, this little guy, to 165 on top, or 16. 165 is about right there. Split the difference. And how many miles do we have to fly? That's a good question. I don't know. There's no DME on this airplane, so I can't, total. Does anybody know how I can get a DME on here? Is there something that I'm not seeing, or what is going on? Why can I not see DME? I mean, unless it's not a DME, or, Puerto Plata. Let's look. Puerto Plata is. We got the airport, we know. Let's take a look at the actual VOR. Yeah, okay. Puerto Plata has a VOR DME. It says it right there. Why can I not see what the DME reading is? Is there some kind of stupid switch that I need to hit on the G1000 here that I'm not seeing? What the heck was that? That sounded like some kind of There we go. I'll just do this. We're looking right here. MDPP, that's our 53 nautical miles. All right, so 53 nautical miles. DME is on the PFD in the soft key options. Nate, that was a lot of things. Let me see if I could find out what you're talking about. Let's drill down in there. All right. Nate's like the expert in, the G1000 here. DME is on the PFD in the soft key. All right, so this is the soft key options menu, right? How do I get this dumb thing out of here? No. Here's, okay. Menu. PFD display. And no. Manual. We got auto, but that's just brightness. Okay, push the PFD option. I did. Let's try that again. Menu, PFD display. We don't want display. Key. All right, let's try key. Bottom row of buttons, PFD options. Okay. It's like, what the crap are you doing? All right, hold on. Oh, right there. PFD options. It's right in front of my face, Nate. I'm good. DME. There we go. See, I told you. I told you Nate would have the answer. All right, we're 57.5. 57.7, that's because we're tuned the other frequencies. So thank you, Nate. And that's why he's building one of these, ladies and gentlemen. That's who I go to, the master at this, because I am not definitely a G1000 master. He is. All right, let's go look at this. I'm going to go ahead and flip the frequencies now. I'm going to go 1151 on nav 1. So let's get it up to nav 1. Again here, 115.1. Because what I'm going to do is some old-fashioned stuff. And let's get a DME reading. 46 miles. Okay. You did it. Good job. Thanks, Nate. Thank you. I'm a pilot. I can fly. Woo! All right, let's do this right here. Of course, right there. I are a pilot, as Chris likes to say. I'm going to tune in. We're going to go direct 006. 033 330 340 350. How about 355? You guys good with that? On the reverse. 330. right there. All right, there we go. We got it. All right, now I'm going to go nav. It's going to grab the VOR, but it's going to grab it and then it's going to fly it the other way. It was right in front of my face. It really was. I didn't see it. I am a moron. All right, let's do this. 43. All right, we got 43 miles. So we're doing 165 knots over the ground. We got 43 miles to go. If I'm doing this right. We should be there 24 minutes. Give or take. Let's try just here's another one. Let's get the timer on because I want to do a timer now. All right. Now what do I do? Let's do this. Let's do back timer start. No. Start. Enter. No. Start. Enter. Okay. So the timer's up. I want to see this done in 23 minutes. We should be over Puerto Plata. Can't see a thing out the window, so we're kind of stuck. And this will be a good time to break open a can of Waterloo. I think I've got a can of Waterloo out here, guys. We're drinking blackberry lemonade today. How's that? So we've got 43 miles Puerto Plata. I'll get the weather there just so we can retune our radios, and we'll have to make it a course adjustment. You can't see a darn thing today, so it sucks. But you can see on the G1000, we're approaching land. Land ho! Straight ahead. Still doing good on the burn. All right, Mike, what do you got? Chris, hit the soft key. It's just TNB on it. Which one? It was in front of my face. That one. Yeah, that's right. Think I'll make a fresh brew coffee Japanese style. These flying boats have good service. They do. They sure do. All right, you guys. We're DME approximately. I'm going to have to look at this. We're 35 miles away. And we're doing... And now, here's another question. Can I get ground speed on this? Let's try it. There's wind. I like the wind. Option 3 I got there. Back. Bearing 1, bearing 2, out units. There it is. I don't want that. Shoot. I hit the wrong button. It puts it on standard. We don't want standard. Crap. Back. Options. Out units. There we go. I knew we can change that stupid thing. All right, that's good. Back. Bearing 1. Okay, interesting. 171. And that's for bearing VOR bearing 2. Yep. Okay, cool. GPS. Cool. I do want our ground speed. How do I get a ground speed on here? Anybody? I know I have a ground speed here. at 166. But I'd like to get a ground speed up on top to see what we're doing, you know? We're close. It's been about, what, 3 minutes and 50 seconds. This thing either said 23 minutes at 160. Can you guys back me up on that? If we did 165, how many minutes? We've got, what, 29 nautical miles, which is the top. This is saying 18 minutes, but I doubt it. I doubt it. I'm timing it just to see on how long we're to go. Mike, I got that. Thibs, what's up, man? Have you tried Liquid Death? It's actually good. Don't get the name fool you with sparkling water. Yes, I have tried Liquid Death, and I do love it. It's good stuff. Just for the name, I had to try it. I'm like, oh, I got to try this. What is this? It's pretty good marketing, you know, if you think about it. Liquid Death. All right, guys, there it is. All of its glory, nice and high at 17.5. Unfortunately, the whole Caribbean's like this, pretty much overcast. That's at least the forecast in St. Martin's going to be. We're about 29 nautical miles away from Puerto Plata, and then we're going to change course. We're going to fly a nice course, basically an outbound radial here of approximately about the 131. I've got 135 on this leg. So that's what we got. Oh man, I got to push this chair back a little bit. Oh man. All right, so in news, in flight sim news, we got a big month coming up, you guys. We've got the FS Expo coming to Providence, Rhode Island. A lot of big vendors, big names are going to be there. So I'm excited to see that. I'm going to write a review about it. I got a couple of interviews lined up when we get there. So if you're in town, let me know you're going to go. I'd love to meet you. It's going to be a lot of fun. It'll be cool. Lots of good peeps coming. The 737-500 just released today. I don't know. I got to look at their Discord to see how it went. I kind of looked earlier. It seemed, some bugs on it. It's buggy. That's kind of what I was experiencing a little bit. I had some bugs with it. So Nate had some bugs with it. The other Nate. So that's kind of how it went, at least. I don't know how it's going now. It's been a while since I looked. But that's it. Nate says, I think you have to have a waypoint to see a ground speed in the PDF. Oh. Bummer. All right. I mean, that's okay. Because, truly, we're pretty much IFR. We can't see a fetching thing on the ground. There's nothing there. This cloud cover, we're kind of stuck, right? I do want to take a look at one thing. We got about 866 gallons. That's 6 total. Good. That gives us an endurance of 7 point. Look at it. Wait a minute. Yeah, there we go. 1900 on the cruise. What are we doing on cruise? Yeah, I can open it up a little bit more. Let's do that. We're getting to Puerto Plata though, so I gotta be careful here. All right, we're looking at 17.3 nautical miles. to Puerto Plata, and then we're basically going to point the aircraft in that direction there, and then head over to Dominican Republic, and then Puerto Rico, and then finally, so this will be our leg 3, and we should be there in about 216 nautical miles, and timer is about 8 minutes, 9 minutes. I really don't think it's going to take 23 minutes to get there, so I don't know what the heck I was calculating. But I do want to push it up just a little bit. I think we have the gas. I think we were there already, bro. Hang on. I think we were hovering right where we needed to. There we go. That's about 19 RPM, 1900. Do you guys want me to put a waypoint in to Punta Cana? What do you want to do? I mean, basically, we're stuck with IFR. There's nothing. We can't see a thing over the ground. I mean, you're dead reckon? I don't think so. We can't see anything. So we are on an IFR, basically an IFR flight plan at this point. So you want me to put in, I could put in Punta Cana, which is basically a VOR we're going to fly to anyway. I could put it in the GPS. So if we go direct, I won't do that now, but I'm going to just put in that. I always get this wrong. Alright, so we're going to go... Alright, now that's good for me. I'm going to take the heading off. And we're going to spin this bad boy to... see, it's going to be chasing the needle. So we're going to go heading select. And I'm going to hold right there. I'm just going to hold this heading. I got land straight ahead. Do you see it? Over the nose, kind of through the clouds. I see it. Sorry, guys. We're not going to have a better flying day to see stuff. That's a little unfortunate. But let's go ahead and plug in Punta Cana. This way we could see what kind of our distance and stuff. DME-ish. 112. Oh, no. Sorry. MDCP. Or MP. Now let me go PNA. How's that? Let's look at there's VOR. PNA, that's where I want to go. So P N A. Punta Cana Higuey? Interesting. All right, there we go. So what is that looking like? That leg says 133 degrees, 53 minutes. And I forecasted on leg 3, 54 minutes. Guys, that's really good. Gosh, that's good. That's bang on. I mean, that's almost right there. Shoot. All right, we could flip this VOR. We could go down. We're going to go, we got to wait. We're going to 120, 130, about 130 on the VOR. So I'm going to go ahead and slide this over to 130. And if we kept on this track, we're going to hit that radial really quick. So we're approximately, if you guys can see it, we're about 6.1. We're going to hit the cone of confusion. And I'll start turning about 4 miles. We'll start turning the airplane on this kind of a heading because we want to hold about 130. This is a good intercept. The problem is if you keep going like this, you're going to whip right past it. And we don't want to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and turn to about, this is really sensitive at this point. So I want to make a nice gentle turn to the southeast. And then let that VOR come in nice and easy as we pass the station. So right now we're still heading to it. But as we pass, it's going to pass off to the right. And it's going to flip from a to flag to a from flag. And this little arrow up here, that's a to flag. And it's going to flip down to a from flag. That means we're from the VOR and not to the VOR. Right now we're still to it. It's going to be off on the right side of the aircraft. Don't get lost again, Jason. I'll try not to. Did I get lost? I don't remember. I probably got lost. There it goes. See how it flipped it to a from? There we go, right there. Bing! And went from now. Now it's just going to stay on this heading. And what it's going to do is the VOR, as we get closer, the VOR is going to start coming in because we're on an intercept angle. So eventually we'll hit it, and then we'll roll the aircraft out and hook up to the VOR. It's really sensitive right now, so you want to get through about 8 to 10 miles away. We're on a good intercept, so you know it's a little more, way less aggressive than normally. You want to do like a 30-degree intercept if you can do one. So I'll go ahead and just punch it a little bit over there. We'll grab the radial and then we'll head it out. And then time over the station. Do you guys remember? What did it say here? 14 minutes. Well, that was not even calculated right. I'm going to hit stop. Stop. How do I do that? Okay. Enter. Enter. Reset. Okay. I want to calculate this right. So we're doing 170 knots over the ground now, you guys. So with the whiz wheel, 170 over the ground. Our distance is, what are we looking at? Total distance here. Look, it says ETA 49 minutes. But hold on. Distance is, where the heck is my full distance here? Let me just look at my chart. We have approximately 144 nautical miles. 144. This thing says 52 minutes. What did that say? That's full though. So subtract 10, so 140. We say 144? 134. All right, let's try that. 134. 45, 46, 47. 48 minutes on the whiz wheel. Beat that, GPS. I did it with nothing, just this. I know your guys are like shaking your head like, really, dude? It says it right there. But, I mean, that's pretty good. This thing. Like, the geniuses that came up with this, that's incredible. I don't care who you are. We don't need any calculator. You have this thing. It's awesome. GPS. Who needs a GPS when you have this? And VORs. I'm going to fly VORs, you guys. I know I programmed the GPS just to see timing, but I calculated on my paperwork leg 3 would be 54 minutes, depending on winds. Now you can see that VOR coming in nice. That's what I was talking about before here. A nice VOR intercept. And you don't want to do it now because the airplane's going to chase, so you just kind of want to wait, let it come in. We'll let this radial sync up nice to here, and then the airplane will roll as we throw the nav on. Ready? 1, 2, 3, nav on. Here we go. Good stuff. All right, Puerto Plata's done. We're on the phase 3 or leg 3. The aviation gods are impressed. Yes, they are. VFR expired. LOL. Look at those clouds. Yeah, there is no VFR. We can't have VFR. It's solid socked in from here to you know where. I need to get the weather though from Puerto Plata. Just because I need a frequency. I mean, I need a pressure. Where are you? Pressure. Give me the pressure here. Weather. Right now they have few clouds, 2,000. 1015. Now you guys are going to laugh at me, so I'm going to go, where's that? I know where it is. Let's get rid of the timer off. 1015. Right there. Nope. Kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Don't do that. 1015. It's the wrong one. There we go. All right, pressure set 1015. Woo! All right, you guys, about 40 minutes or so before we get to Punta Cana. What you guys want to talk about? We got some videos coming on the channel. We got some I learned on the Whiz wheel, my Citizen watch has a frozen wheel. so does mine. Mine's locked up. I used to have one of those. I have a Citizen just sitting in my drawer. That it's the same thing. It's the wheel just doesn't even move. You know, somebody was telling me, like, if an EMP went off, all the electronics would be shot. Then what? That's what I mean, you guys. I don't care who you are. If you lose, I get it. I know what you're going to say. I know what you're going to say. Well, what happens? It's never going to happen. You're always going to say that. Well, it's never going to happen. You're never going to lose your stuff. Yeah, I guess what? Murphy is a thing, right? If it will go wrong, if it can go wrong, it will go wrong. Murphy's Law. It can go happen. And that day, you're going to wish you had your whiz wheel. Because we could do it. Let's look at our distance now. All right, let's see what we got. Distance-wise, we have 43 miles. No, it's 43 minutes. Track 131. 133. What's DTK? Distance to... That's not distance. That's track, isn't it? About 19. All right, fine. We'll do this the old way. How's that? We're at 19 miles away from the VOR. So I know this leg's 144. We're going to knock that off. 125 miles. Thanks, GPS, for nothing. All right, so we have 125 miles right there. We're doing 160 or 170 over the ground now. We're doing 170. By the way, I could find ground speed with this too. So there, 172. We're doing 100 and what did I say? Dang it, 120 something. I don't remember. 125. So I'm going to take a look at my top. Whoop, for 125. 125 right there. I'm going to look down. And I'm going to say about 41, 42, 43, about 43 minutes. What's the GPS say? 42 minutes. That's pretty good. Right? That's pretty good, you guys. That's impressive. Ken says, I need to dig in my garage for my old wheel. This would add another fun aspect to the sim. It is. Yeah. It is. It's fun. I mean, unfortunately we have clouds. It would even be better if we could see, right? And we could dead reckon where we are and where you think we are and all that good stuff. I am going to change over the VORs here. You want to change over at about midway. Now let's find ground speed with the whiz wheel, okay? That's cool too. Now, I program my winds at about 190 degrees at 5 knots, give or take. I know the wind is 282, so I have to change the wind. 282, we have a true airspeed, or TAS, could this thing tell us that? This can. My whiz wheel could tell us true airspeed. Anyway, I calculated true airspeed to be about 155. Okay? 155. Maps options. Does it tell us? I just want to verify. Can this tell us true airspeed? Map settings. Map settings. Enter. Heading up. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, that's not one. That's not what I want. Clear it. Dang it. All right. No big deal. So true airspeed. I looked at the charts, and it said about 155 at this weight. At the altitude was at 15,000, so our true might be a little quicker. Just give us our task. I know you guys are sitting there like, what the heck is Jason talking about? I'm trying to calculate ground speed with what we have. Our kneeboard. Yeah. That's right. We're coming to another VOR, just to let you know. I will do a changeover halfway through. And I am going to program on the second VOR here into Punta Cana, which is 112.7. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. 112.7 on nav2. 112.7. Flip it, which gives us PNA. All right, so let's just guess. Let's say our true airspeed is 150 or 160. I don't know what it is, but let's just say it is. I calculated at 155 with the weight. So let's just do 155. Is everybody good with me? It's called time, speed, distance. And then you could go time, fuel, distance too. So take a look. Indicated is 128. We're going to say we're at 155 on the... We know our ground speed. We know what time would be. I need to find ground speed. So distance, let's do a distance bearing check. All right, so we're looking at 34 nautical miles to Punta Cana. So we know our distance at 34 nautical miles. Okay. Our time, well, estimated. If we estimated our, let's say 170 over the ground. Well, what did I say? 34? Hang on. All right, 34 miles. Let me just do this really quick. 34. We're looking at 12 minutes. We have 12 minutes to go. So if we, I think, 35, yeah, that's about right. So if we were doing, we know we have 34 miles and we can do it in 12 minutes. How do you do it? So distance is 34. So I'm going to take the top grommet here and I'm going to put it, I wish you guys could see what I'm doing here. I'm putting this on 34. All right. Can everybody see this? Top grommet 34 right there. Bang. Okay, now what we're going to do then is put our time, and we'll look for the time scale. So it's ground speed. Sorry, hang on. It's ground speed. So it's this one. It's mileage on top of time. All right, so 35 miles, 12 minutes, right there. There we go. Okay, take a look at that. See it right there? 35 over the 12, and then we look at wherever that pointer is. So I'm going to come over here and look at that pointer. That ain't right. Did I move it? This is not really 12, which is possible. There's no way. 12 minutes. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong one. 34. No way we're going that fast. Yeah. So 170. And we have 34. That's why I screwed up. I screwed it up. It's my bad. I did the wrong thing. I should have put 35 on the outer scale, 12 on the inner scale. And now it brings us to 172 ground speed. Right there. That was my fault. Hey, you got to cut me some slack. I haven't done this in 15, 20 years. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and change over here. We're about, what are we looking at? We got about 44 nautical miles from the VOR. So if we did 144, and that's another thing. You say, hey, when do we split over? Like, when do we just divide them? About 72 miles, we'll shift. We split. We go from 1 to 2, and then we split them out. If that makes sense. And how's our fuel burn doing? Sorry, guys. I'm going to take a peek up there. Looks good. Our flow is still good. Our fuel gallons per hour is 112. That's perfect. I estimated a little higher than that in our writing. Like this next leg, when we get to Punta Cana, we're going to go do our next leg. It's going to be 168 gallons to burn down. And we're staring down the barrel of 823 gallons to go. We got 7 hours, man. That's plenty. That's good stuff. Cost a mint, but still. All right, so a little bit of time, fuel, distance. Pretty cool. When we get to Punta Cana, I do want to switch my time. And we'll go and do timing for the next one. So on this channel, what you're going to see next week, I want to ask you in chat, what do you guys want to see for next week? This is much like the slide rules that put a man on the moon. It's exactly right. I mean, if you just think about that we did that in the 60s. You put a man on the moon in the 60s with like minimal technology. It's just amazing what we could put our minds to, right? And with a slide rule, like you said, it's with this kind of technology, this stuff, it's just truly, man, you could do everything on this thing. You can find, I mean, you name it, Mach numbers, your true airspeed, I mean, everything. Let's see, your pressure, altitude. Now you got me. I can't. You got me looking at this now, pressure, altitude, and temperatures, and no. It's pretty cool. It's good to have that. It's good to have a refresher, right? Because you just never know when you're going to need it. So these are, the externals are 73 and 71. Now, they don't tell you that here. So you really wouldn't know how much fuel you had in your external tanks. Because that's not accurate. That's giving it to you total. Maybe, let me look. Let me think. All right, let me do the math. We know there's 340 gallons in our main tanks. We're going to multiply that by 2. That's 680 gallons of fuel. This thing says we have 819. That's 139 gallons split between our drop tanks. That puts us about 70 gallons of fuel in the drops. Pretty cool. So at 70 gallons of fuel, we're doing 113 gallons an hour. That's 140 gallons of total, right? total fuel left is 100, at least in those drop tanks. So 100 and let me just think here. 170 gallons, right? We have 69 per, about 70 per tank. When will we shut it off? So if we have 817, you with me? Subtract 140. We're going to shut those tanks off at 677 total. So when this hits 677, we're cutting the fuel off to the drop tanks. If that makes sense, what I just said. I don't know. You guys think I'm nuts. I know it. All right, we're looking at 57 nautical miles. When I said the changeover was, gosh, do you guys remember? So 677. Let me write that down before I forget that number. 677 gallons. We're shutting the drops off. Okay, that means we have no fuel in the drops. And then we're looking at 144, 72 miles. So at 72 miles, we'll do the changeover. And that's from VOR 1 to 2. We're at 59 nautical miles so far. I mean, technically speaking, you could do it right now if you got a good signal. But I want to know in the chat, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but I want to know in the chat, what do you guys want to see about no, they landed on the moon, dude. What do you guys want to see on the FSBN channel? Do you guys tell me in the chat what you want to see here? This Friday, I go on, well, next week, we go on a camping trip. I don't know if I could do a live video. We've got 4 or 5 videos for our members. Like, guys, I'm going to throw a ton of videos at you. All that Caribbean stuff we did in the 600 is coming out. Public, you guys will see them, but they're going to be 3, 4 weeks away. But I want to know, what do you guys want to see? We could do another Caribbean. Well, you guys probably want to see the flight into St. Bart's, so I'll do that live in this airplane, because that'll be our next leg, is St. Bart's after St. Marten here. But I'm just trying to think what you guys want to see. I know we did a US Air retro MD-80 flight. And a matter of fact, I looked at the entire, this one airplane. Flipping through their timetable from 1985. I found 9 days, and I just stopped at 9 days. I went through their whole system on this one airplane and tracked its movement. And I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. I don't know. I got down this rabbit hole of like, oh, I wonder where it went next. I don't know. Don't ask me why I did that. I have no idea. I thought it would be interesting to see how many times I went to Philly or Pittsburgh or something. I don't know. Because I'm crazy, I guess. Right? All right, you guys ready to flip over? I am. Let's do it. Something to do. Hang on, I got to get there. There it is. Okay, I know I said we're going to flip over at 72. We're at 66, so let's do it. So what we're going to do is go to the heading. We'll drop to the heading right there. We're going to go heading select. Okay, that releases the airplane so you're not all over the sky. And then I'm going to flip over 112.7 on top here. I'll push that in here. 112.7. And it's open. It's open season. So whatever you guys want to see, you guys let me know. All right. Then what you want to do is we're going to say, what radial are we actually on right now? So, you guys in the chat, what radial are we on? I want to know the radial we are on. Can you guys see that okay up there? I can zoom in if you can't see. Here, let me get in. This is just a little bit of there you go. That's better. What radial are we on? This is good. This is good mental flex, right? You haven't done this crap in a long time. I think it's fun. I'll tell you, 120, we're probably at 130. Let's just call it 130. Anybody with an answer in the chat? What radial are we on? If someone make a good DC3, even I'd fly it. I think there was a good DC3 there. Fly the Panthers to either No, no. You want me to go from Fort Lauderdale to to Edmonton? Are you trying to kill me? That's like 6.5 hours. I've done it before. There's no way. 315-ish, 128-ish, 310. We got some good answers here, you guys. Good stuff. Now, this is a little tricky because we're going to the VOR with that VOR little flip right there. So we actually are on about 310 degree radial on the reciprocal of it. So, which is interesting. So we're tracking the 310-ish radial. So just look at the tail here. And that's fun. This is what I'm saying. Like old school flying, this is what you do. I remember I had an instructor. I had to do I remember doing ADFs, you guys. ADFs, reverse course, holds. Oh my gosh. You track in bearings and you track out reverse. So left was right, right was left. It was the craziest thing in the world. It was just nuts. All right, I'm going to go ahead and lock it up. Nav on. It's going to grab the radial. And there we go. Good job. All right, so one for Alberta, which, man, to get me to Alberta, I'll tell you, that is probably a 6.5 hour flight, man. There's no way I'm not doing that live. There's no way. Edmonton, Sean, Edmonton, money, money, money. Okay, but here's the deal. It won't be live. So do you guys still want to see a video like that? It'll probably be really short for you guys, probably like an hour and 20 minutes, because I really would just show you the takeoff and then the descent and landing. I'm not ruling it out. I could do it. But is there anything else you want to see? I'm not going to rule it out. I'm just saying we could do it for sure. I'm going to go get me a snack back in the bin here. Let's go out and get in the kitchen here and get something to eat. By the way, we're still on supplemental oxygen. That would suck. We'd have to have, like, how many bottles of oxygen in here would we have to have? We'd probably have to have like 5 or 6 bottles of oxygen if there's 4 or 5 of us, right? We're up to set. It's like you need at least 4 hours of O2. Yeah, man. This is a really cool cabin. I'm really impressed with how they did this. They actually modeled this. And by the way, this is a lav over here. Can't go in there, unfortunately, but there's a lav and then a cargo compartment. And this is where we keep our boat. This inflatable boat is in the bow of the airplane. I think it's a light. This is where you string up a hammock over here. Put a hammock somewhere. That's what I would do. Really cool. Lots of cargo areas and stuff. Ah, fun airplane. All right, headed to Punta Cana. Any other takers? Ken says, my buddy was using XP11 on his stream. It's fascinating. Yeah. I remember practicing those with the Brigham City NDV. Oh, yeah. I think anything you put out is going to be good. I still would love the CRJ. Oh, man. Our CRJs need to be redone. There's like pink textures inside. So we have to get it redone. I think like V2 broke it. But yeah, you've been asking for CRJs for a bit, Steve. If that's on the list, we can do that. What else? Anything else? So we got an MD-80 flight. Sean, what do you say? I think Sean votes for the MD-80 as well. He wants to see me suffer and do 6.5 hours. Would I do that in the MD-80? Or should we pull out a 7.3? I don't know. We'll see. Even then, it's still too dang long. That's to Hawaii. All right, realistically, when are they going to play? Let's just think. When are they going to go to Edmonton? Do we have a timeline? You guys, I'm telling you, if you Shanghai me into this, I'm not going to be happy. Sean says an A320. Oh, man. Yeah. You know, I just did two A320s, right? I just did them. And they're on the channel. Do you guys see them? I flew 2 more A320 flights from Providence back to Atlanta and then over to Salt Lake. And by the way, that Salt Lake trip was wicked. I got to tell you what happened. I don't want to spoil it, but I'm gonna tell you. We were flying. I was just atop of descent on this 320, and I filmed it, so you guys will see it. I lost all of my instruments. Everything froze on the airplane. Throttle worked. The yoke, the joystick, the flight controls worked. But nothing else. I could not see any readouts. I couldn't see airspeed, altitude, nothing. So I ended up rebooting the Phoenix 320 installer thing. That didn't work. We had VFR conditions. So I landed the airplane dead stick using nothing but telemetry on Navigraph's app. So if you look down here, you guys, I don't know if you're a Navigraph subscriber, you should be, but down here is telemetry. And I can literally put anything in there. I could put altitude, airspeed, and that's exactly what I used as my primary instruments into Salt Lake City. I used altitude, airspeed, and vertical speed, rate of climb and descent. That's what I did. And I landed the airplane with no instruments at all. Now it was visual, so that was nice, but pretty cool when you can revert to Navigraph and know, oh, I still can fly. Because normally that would have been a complete redo, and I already had 4.5 hours in the air. I was like, man, I don't want to redo this flight. So I'm just going to record the landing and try to dead stick this thing in using telemetry as our main source of instrumentation, and it worked. I was like, gee whiz, that worked pretty good. Not too shabby. 677, did we say? Yeah, okay. We're at 6729. You guys, now after this leg, we're going to be heading over to about 135 nautical miles, and I want to take a timer of this. So when we hit to Punta Cana, I'm going to click the timer, and we're going to calculate this. Well, if we're doing 170, how long should it take us? We're doing 170. All right, let me whiz wheel. All right, 170 now. Over the ground. We've got 135 knots. 135 miles. It should take us 45, 46, about 47 minutes, folks, for the next leg. And then from there, we're still not there. We have one more leg to push, and it's about 167 nautical miles to St. Martin. And we are going to do a water landing right on Maho Beach. We're going to dock this thing right up on that beach. That's going to be awesome. If you guys want to get an airplane fired up, now's your time. Well, we have a long way to go. We have another 2 hours. Ooh, close to home. Love that. Gray Aviation, what's up? Yo, so Utah VFR on a bush plane would be sick. Okay. Okay. I just wrote a blog about it. Um, it would be fun. We are going to do that. I am going to tell you the coastal crew, and you guys are welcome too. We can do it. We're doing a group flight in the Idaho backcountry, and it's going to be in July. It'll probably be a little later than at night, but we'll take some Piper Cubs up and buzzing around out there and doing some of those remote fields in the middle of nowhere in Idaho. Good stuff. Dib said, hey Jason, can you give any kind of timeline or hint when Navigraph will release the Scratchpad? I cannot, because I don't know. I just don't know when. So I don't know when that's coming out. I know it's cool. It's awesome. You guys are going to love it. It's going to be really useful for us. I just don't know when it's coming. Good question, though. I wish I did. I don't know. But it is cool. I'm excited for it. It's these are the things that we could use, right? So it's really cool that, Navigraph, and they really do. They push to, they're always pushing, right? Hey, let's do more for the community. They always do that. And that's what's really cool. Ever since they started, they were like that, right? Really awesome company to for the community. Really, really good. Whip out the old Kodiak. Yeah, we could do the Kodiak. I wouldn't. I'm gonna do a Super Cub, a carbon Cub on Tundra tires. That's what I'm gonna take up there. I think the Kodiak's a little too fast for. I mean, you could do it, but it's fast, and the Kodiak is super fast. It stops on a dime, but it's super fast in terms of, your approach speed is pushing 80 knots. Well, the Cub, I can get it down to 40, right? A little more slower speeds. I can make those turns in those canyons a little better. But man, that Kodiak is quick. It's just quick. Yeah, dream flying job there. Yes. Ken said, I love Southern Utah. I flew for Scenic Aviation in Blanding, Utah, 86. I'd fly an Archer twice a day from Blanding, Monticello, and to Moab, hauling mail, canceled checks, and freight. It's awesome. Twice a day. Uh-huh. Steve says, that's a dream job. Yes, it is. I was only paid $400 a month. I loved it. That's great. That's some fun flying, though. It really is. That's some really fun flying, right? All right, guys. We're ETA is 12 minutes from Putsakana. Looking at. I'll give you a mileage. I'll give you a mileage. Give me a second. Mileage. Beep, 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 beep. 36 miles. So, do we decide what we're doing? We also had a 210 and 206. That's a good airplane. $400 was pretty. In 86, that's probably pretty good money, no? It's all right. Gray says, I've done a group flight in the Kodiak where I flew flaps 1, 70% throttle in order to stay in formation. That's the good thing about the Kodiak. It's super fast, and it is a STOL aircraft, right? It's a short takeoff and landing. The problem is in those mountains. You could do it. Don't get me wrong. It's just you're whipping like this. You're all over it, and I mean, I like it because you could climb high, you can get over it, you can go fast. The Kodiak's my kind of bird. I like that airplane, but in that kind of terrain, whew, man, I want something a little slower on approach speed, where I could get it down to 40 knots and boom, just stop. Because they put some of these airplanes on some precarious positions. We'll go some really crazy airfields, and you're like, they put an airplane here? It's crazy, man. Wasn't a lot of awful cash. Well, 400 a month? No, probably not. Yeah. But that's it. You're just building time, right? That's cool. Ah. All right, we're getting close, you guys. We're getting close to Puerto Rico. Woohoo! We're getting close. About 30 miles. 30 miles to go. And then we'll start our clock. Do we know where we're going to go this week? No stream on Friday, so I could pop out. I'll throw another video in a 600. I got to get those out the door. There's 4. There's 2 A320 videos. 4 A320 videos coming out. I've got another 3 600 videos. So what do you guys want to see? Do we know yet? I lived fine. Lonely for a single pilot, though. Yeah, I'm sure it was. So, I gotta get a drink here. Oh man, that's good stuff. All right, folks. So, honestly, in the chat, tell me what you want. We got an MD-80. We could do a US Air MD-80, old school. We could do a. There's new destinations that Coastal Airways is hunting. I have to do approving flights on those as well, so that could happen. That's going to be with a 737-800 from Long Island. Islip, we're looking at some destinations to, I can't tell you, but from Islip to somewhere else. That it doesn't serve, Islip doesn't serve any of these airports that we're flying to, at least non-stop. On the new run, we could do that. That's with the 737-800. Or I could just slip out the 600 Caribbean flights we did. I better go. But I just want to know what you guys want to see, because I never know. And then we'll get an update here. 23 nautical miles to go at 170 knots over the ground. 172, you guys. 172. 23 miles. Whiz wheel time. 23 miles. 1, 2, 3. Should get us there in about 8 minutes. 7 minutes. 7.5 minutes. Yeah. Or we could do the MD-80 up to Alberta, Edmonton. I don't know if Sean's still on. Sean, do you have an anticipated date when we're going up there? That means I have to fly the return leg. That's 2 flights. Ah, that killed me. That killed me the last time. The good news, we have both 83s in Fort Lauderdale, so I don't have to reposition anything, which is good. That's good news for me. All right, guys, we're going to do a course change coming up. We're going to go ahead and zip over to Puerto Rico. We're doing San Juan 114.0. And I used to come here all the time in San Juan, Puerto Rico, you guys. I was based out of here on the cruise ship. One of them, 1140. Let's go over here. 114.0 right there. We're going to flip it over. Beep. And we already tuned to it. It's already recognized it. And we're going. There it is. There's the end of Puerto Plata, actually. Punta Cana, Dominican Republic. We're over it. Starting to break up nice down there a little bit. Still can't see a darn thing, unfortunately. There's a system. I saw like a weather system there. Ryan, what's up? Okay, seriously, my vote is Southern Utah. Who seconds that? I'll second that. Evening, Captain, lurking from work. All right, Ryan, hopefully you're good, man. The chat overturns Jason's plans. You're fine, chat. Ryan, what do you want to see? The choices are next Friday. I'm not streaming. I'm camping. I've got tons of videos in the backlog to send out. 600s. I'll be leaking those once a week for the chat, but I'm just wanting to see. And then there's 4 320 videos coming out as well. I got to get all these videos out before June. Yeah. Gray. So we have 2 votes, I think, to go take the Panthers from Florida all the way up to Alberta, Edmonton, in an MD-83. I've done it once, and I wasn't happy. It was a 6.5-hour flight. It won't be live because I can't do it live this week. But the smart pirate, wherever the bad weather is, gosh. That's okay. That's like every hockey charter in the winter for me. Every time we flew home into Westchester, it was always crappy out. I couldn't get away from it. It's the Northeast. What do you expect, right? 12 miles to go, you guys. Let's go ahead and flip over. So we can lock up right now into Puerto Rico and just hone in on that VOR. So what I'm going to do is we're going to come up here. We're going to go to the heading select. Beep, beep, beep. And we could just go GPS direct if you wanted to. I'm going to go heading. All right, and then we could throw this OBS, go CDI, GPS, you could see that. So let's go ahead and just slide in there a little bit, and we'll just GPS it all the way over to, no, that's not what we want to do, bro, because it's going to end. I was just kidding. All right, let me throw that VOR in. We're going to go 114.0. And that's going to send us straight over to Puerto Rico. Did we not get it? No sirree, Bob. Oh, look at these pretty little boxes we're flying through. We don't have the VOR yet. So what I want to do is we're going to go back to Punta Cana, and that's going to be 112.7. Let's flip it back. We got it. And then we're just going to fly this outbound on the 0, let's see here, 09, that's 10, that's 100, 105. So I'm going to flip this over to course. We're going to go 105 radial outbound. 90, 100, 110, so 105 it is. Beep, 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 yep. 105, right there. Okay, that's a good intercept. So you're like, oh, Jace, that's a good intercept. You're right, but we're gonna, if we keep going on this track, we're gonna blow right by it. So what I want to do is I want to cut that little bit of, whatever, that elbow, a dog leg, if you will. I'm just gonna cut it off a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna take the aircraft, go like this. We're gonna fly it over here, just a little bit. Give me like a 30-degree intercept. Nice and smooth. There we are. Now just all that takes that little turn, and we're heading over to Puerto Rico. I don't know what the heck the GPS is programmed for. Yeah, PNA. We're getting there right there. So I'm going to go direct now to SJU. And I'm going to look at your comments, and I want to know what you want to do. Your SJU. You said Southern Utah. What, like a Cessna or something? What am I doing? TU, right? There we go. San Julian. Okay. Why? I want to make sure it's the correct one. I just want to hit enter and be stupid. SJU is correct. All right. Enter. Well, it's not Argentina, but it is Puerto Rico. And enter. And enter. All right, there we go. You can see how I'm waiting on this track because, again, we're going to hit the VOR. We're going to turn the aircraft. And we could just GPS the thing if we wanted to right now. I mean, we're IFR anyway, folks. You can't see a darn thing out the window. It'll help if we go GPS. It'll just save some time. I'm sorry. I'm dancing all over the place here. I'm trying to get the right... Forget it. I'll just do it from here. CDI. GPS. Heading select. 1, 2. I'm going to get to your comments, and I want to see something good. I want you to fly a 12-hour flight to Tokyo in the 777. Watch. Somebody's going to say that. We'll do it one day. I'm just crazy enough to do it. All right, there we go. Let's hook up to that and... All right, here we go. Ryan, have you gotten that 737-300 lease? Yes. Did I get it? No. Sean says an A350. See, I knew it. You're the one who said that, Sean. Yeah, Ryan. Yes and no. I did. It doesn't work on my system, but it flickers. It never did work, so I couldn't fly it, man. So I didn't pay for it, and probably won't. Just until, let's see if they fix all the bugs. They got some bug fixes to do before I think about buying that, right? Ken says picking up the river runners out of Haight Airstrip on Lake Powell, southern Utah, being string. It was real life back in the day. That's cool. So southern Utah, June 4th. If everything's in order, the Oilers battle the Panthers on June 4th in Edmonton, which means 2 days prior to that. So what does that put us, Sean? If we, I got to clear it through Sean. He's our charter guy. If he says yes, then I don't know. We'll see. But he's got to give us the green before we decide to do that. Where's my calendar? Dang it. You guys are killing me. Calendar. All right, so today, that puts me flying, if they play the 4th, June 4th, would be a Wednesday. That means they're flying in on the 2nd. They're flying in Monday. Yikes. That would have to be a Monday to do that. Ugh. I don't know about that. Get some French toast and noodles. Outpost Airstrip, though, it's officially closed now. Yeah. Don't tell my wife that Edmonton is moving on. I will need to be ignorant. Don't jinx the Oilers. She's an Albertan Flames fan, but we liked McDavid. I gotcha. Well, I'm rooting for Florida, I got to tell you. I saw the A350, Detroit. Okay. So why they call a lockout gust lock? Never in my 800 some flight hours heard gust lock. Yeah, it's a gust lock up here. This locks the flight controls. It's a dummy switch. It doesn't work, but it locks it up. So the rudder on this aircraft, This is all canvas. And I think the elevator was canvas. Back in the day when they first built it, it's probably metal now. But when they first built the airplane, this was all canvas, right? Can you imagine the wind knocking that around? That's a big barn door back there. So when you shut it down and you land, you would throw that gust lock to lock that rudder out so it's not going to be banging in the wind. That's what it's for. Anyway, hopefully that helps. Chris, Salt Lake to ANC, Anchorage. All right. What do they, that's an interesting one. What do they fly that in, I wonder? Is that a Delta? Sean says, yeah, we need to decide now. That's exactly right. Sean is thinking what I'm thinking. I'm like, Monday, we got to get paperwork. We got to get Chris on. Chris would have to engage. Oh, crap. See? Yeah, see what I mean, folks? It's not just like, you can't just fire it up and go, oh, we're going to do a charter. A lot goes into these things. Like, we got a plan, and like Sean said, there's a lot of prep work that goes on the back end to do that, which is awesome. It's fun. That's why, I mean, we got the summer off, you know? I'm not hearing any MD-80 love. That's interesting. Touch and goes in a 152 at Ogden. Yeah, because you know, Sean, if we do that, that's a two-flighter for us. That's a there and back. I just can't leave the airplane up in Alberta. Oh, gosh. 2 X-Flames playing for the Panthers. Kachuk and Benet, yeah. Kachuk's awesome. Oilers, wait, Oilers are still playing? No, isn't it? Aren't they done? Didn't they win? I would want to know. I'd want to know who's going. You know, who's going 40 minutes on this leg, and then the next leg is our longest one, and we should be done. We're gonna shut the fuel down at least for the drop tanks at. Ooh, wrong one. Didn't want that. Oops. There we go. I hit the wrong button on that. There we go. My butt kickers. I don't need those on. Boy, it's a bummer. I thought we're going to get some good weather in here. Just, we're not. Man. Look at this thing. Just, it always reminds me of Tailspin. You ever see that cartoon? Wasn't that it was a goose, but it looks like exactly like this albatross deal. It's not built for speed, that is for sure. Really cool plane though, really cool. I can't see the beacon going. I don't know where the beacon light is. Yes, they advanced. Okay. Oilers 4-1. Got it. Oh yeah, Tailspin. You remember that? Tailspin was awesome. It was an awesome cartoon. Just because of the airplane. Oh, wee-oh. Yep. Now I got that song in my head. Great. All right, so I've got Anchorage, we've got Alberta. Well, that's all I'm seeing. I've got a touch and go on a 152. Man, that would be awesome. What was that 10-minute video? We'll just do touch and goes in a 152. We're not going anywhere, right? Or we could fly this airplane over to, I could record it, It won't be live, but you guys probably want to, I would guess you guys want to see St. Bart's, right? When we fly to St. Bart's. I'm just assuming you're going to want to see that landing. And no, I'm not going to land on the runway. I'll be beaching it on the other side of the runway. Find an MDB approach. No. No. No, 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 no. That's out of the question. Nope. That's where I draw the line. No MDB approach for me. I'm done with those things. They're decommissioned. Oh, man. It's crazy. 108 nautical miles. Now, let's look at timings here. 37 minutes, you guys. At approximately 6:90 something, we'll go ahead and change off the fuel tanks. The drop tanks, we'll turn them off and we'll start pulling out of the mains. Shoot. Yeah, 677 or 680, right around there. NDB to minimums. Oh, gosh. Chris, you should be thinking about that. Chris is going to be dreaming about that stuff here in a day or not, or two. You'll be thinking about that stuff. I think Southern Utah got 4 votes, and nobody voted against it. I soloed in Ogden. All right. Find NDV to minimums. I got it. I knew what you meant, bud. No, the Oilers got to get ready to beat get beat 2 years in a row. I agree. I agree. I'd like to see him. I'd like to see the Panthers take another one. So who voted Ogden? Are you guys kidding me? No, you said Southern Utah. Okay. How about this? All right, if we go to Southern Utah, do you want me to fly? Here's an option. I can do a CRJ, coastal CRJ into St. George. That would be cool. Or we could do a GA flight into Bryce Canyon Airport. So I'll leave it up to you. Either a CRJ from Salt Lake down to St. George in a coastal aircraft 700 CRJ-7, or we could do a GA. If Southern Utah is what you guys want to see, that's our choice. Or we could go to Bryce Canyon and I'll pull out the Twin Duke for that. I want to fly that Twin Duke. It's so much fun. That Turbine Duke. Oh, what another nice airplane. Woo! A sweet looking bird. Although we are doing GA right now anyway, so I don't know. We did NDBs in 73200 in San Diego, broke out, seeing buildings in the windscreen. That's exactly right. OAB, is that Moab? Bryce Canyon's got a really cool airport, that's why. Yeah, Bryce Canyon. There's a little airport down there in Bryce. It's actually right by the main entrance of the national, what is it? What is it? You guys, national something. Crap. Yeah, Yellowstone National Park. Had a senior moment there. It's a national park. So Bryce Canyon, there's a little airport right there, right in the entrance of the national park. It's really cool. There's good scenery for that. And I have scenery for St. George. So we could do it. You want your CRJ, that's one thing we can do. Man, you guys, this is a long, I knew it was going to be a long flight. I knew it. What are we at? 33 miles to San Juan, Puerto Rico. Right gen is good. Left gen is good. Bat bus is doing good. Let's look at the cylinder head temps. They're doing good, pretty much steady where they were. Torque's good. This you can adjust, which is interesting, so it might not drift. Speaking of drift, I need to figure out how we're doing on weather over here. Let's get the San Juan weather really quick so I can see what altimeter setting I need. Weather in San Juan. Clear skies. What? I'm not seeing that out the window. Clear skies? What in the blazes is going on? Oh, wait a minute, you guys. Ooh, wait a minute. Are we going to get reprieve? Are we going to be able to see? That is the question. All right, active sky. Here we go. Let's turn it on. I forgot to turn it on. Are we going to get good weather? I guess as good as mine. This airplane might go whoop. I'll be on nosedive. You know it does that when it like lights up the weather, right? And high density altitude, yes. Bryce Canyon and 152 with 25 crosswind. Oh gosh. What are you guys trying to do? They changed the name from Moab. Okay. All right, here we go. This is real world weather now, and it's worse. It's a lot of bumpy. The Turbo Duke's not as good as a Piston Duke. Nah, I take the Turbo Duke. I like it. Ken says Bryce is beautiful. It is. 95 degrees in Bryce's normal aspirated aircraft. What's a death wish? So is that what you want me to do? You want me to like do it some kind of a crazy challenge? Is that what you're getting at? 25 knot crosswind and go around and be like, I don't even think it'd work. I don't think the airplane would do anything. Are you kidding me? Well, I was a little too happy about clear skies. But guess what? We don't have clear skies. What was the altitude here? Altitude says 3005. Well, I can remedy that. We're going to go over here. And we're going to go over here to... I got to remember what Nate said. Here somewhere. There. PFD options. Barrow. And, wait a minute. PFD options. Altitude units, inches. And what are we doing? 3005? Why don't I just take an F-14 Tomcat up and do a couple maneuvers? How you guys want to do? You want to do that? That would be fun. Do an air show somewhere. Remember, it's not going to be live. So that's not going to be fun for you. Oh man, we slowed way down because of this stupid thing. All right, what is the wind giving us now? The wind is 208 at 15 knots. Getting our butt kicked. Yeah, that's about right. Slogging away here. What do you mean clear skies? That was 23 minutes ago. It's clear over here. There, which is where Puerto Rico is, by the way. Oh, crap. If you take an F-14 for a spin, you have to do a cat shot trap. Oh, trust me, I'll do it. I've done it before. DCS, man, I used to be all over that crap. I had to get rid of it. I just... The problem with me was like, I love it so much where it was like, oh, but then you have to really, like for me, it's like all or nothing, right? So it's a bad personality trait I have, but it's like I have to either go all in or I'm all out. And If I would have stayed on that DCS thing, man, it would have been bad because I would have been like, I'm not doing anything else. I'm just flying DCS, which would have been bad because I wouldn't have had enough time to do any of the coastal stuff or anything like that. So there is an F-14 in 2024, which is by Heat Blur. I did fly it, by the way, you guys. I did an air show demo on the channel. It's on the FSBN channel. I don't know if you saw it, but I have a whole playlist series of me practicing for the Fort Lauderdale Air Show last year. That was super fun. Getting all those maneuvers down was just awesome. And then that last video, actually, I cut it and edited it into a movie. It's pretty cool. What's Mike saying? I can't buy any more planes, house insurance in June and right after property tax. Exactly right. Chris is 152.25 macros, man. I could try it. That would be hilarious. In a 152. Oh gosh. The birds won't even fly at 25 knots. They'll take a little 152 up there. Won't even take off out of Bryce. Be like, I mean, what's Bryce? 8,900 feet or something like that? Bryce Canyon is wicked. It is. I mean, we were just there about a month ago, 2 months ago maybe. It was brutal. I mean, in terms of altitude, it was still snowing where we were. I think it was like 10,000 feet. We got, okay, no, I'm not kidding you. We got out of the car and we heard a waterfall. You know, just straight waterfall coming down. And the sign says, welcome to the summit of Bryce, 10,000 something feet. We get out of the car and we hear just rushing waterfall. I look at my wife, look at my kids. I'm like, where the heck's the water? I mean, we're at 10,000 feet. What's above us? And we keep walking, and the whole thing is snow-packed. We get there, dude, and that's not water. That's wind. I mean, we're sitting there in the lower, you know, it's not the jet, but, I mean, it's brutal. That wind was blowing right off that canyon. I was like, you have got to be kidding me. When you can hear wind like that, woo, that was crazy. I don't know, guys. Maybe we make a poll. You guys want to see a poll? Should we do a poll? Dang it. Can I do a poll in here? Let's see. I don't think I can do a poll in the chat right now. It's 75.89, I thought higher. Okay. Where I was, it was high. I don't know where the airport's sitting. It was probably at 7,500 feet. And that's pushing the limit. That is pushing. You know, we flew a CRJ into that airport once, and a coastal flight. I was like, oh, this is going to be fun. And then I saw that the runway is not certified for it. And I went, ah, crap. That, and you need AFFF before you come in. Boy, the clouds are worse here. What the heck did I do? I thought it was going to be better. It's worse. What's our ground speed? 165. Mesa, Arizona. After this flight, I'm going to go for a Spitfire ride. There you go. That's awesome. All right, so we've got what are we doing? We got Southern Utah, Bryce Canyon, or St. George, either the CRJ or some GA aircraft in a Bryce. Right? I'll put a poll out, guys. I'm going to put a poll out. I'll do a couple of options for you. I don't think we're going to want to do the Panthers, though. That's 2 flights, and they're over 6.5 hours each. That's too much time, man. that I just don't have. Not now, at least. Just thinking. E-tops? E-tops would be cool. 12 hours? No, I'm kidding. I don't want to do that. It sounds like you're going to southern Utah sometime. Somewhere. Okay? What's the mission? Just do patterns? Pattern work? Like, what are we going to do? Do a couple of circuits? Maybe? Gosh. All right, we got San Juan, guys. We have hit the island of Puerto Rico. I'm hoping we could get past these clouds and we can get to some clear stuff coming up. Monument Valley. Could. All right, we'll figure something out. I'll have to put something up there. I'll put a couple options. How's that? We'll do some GA stuff. Maybe we'll have some fun. We'll maximize the weather. 25 knot crosswind in a Bryce in a 152. We could do a failure challenge, you know. That would be fun. Fail something on the airplane every 2 seconds. I don't know. Have you ever flown the TMB? Once, but not really. Pretend hauling, canceled checks, freight, and packs to meet airplane in Moab. Is there scenery in Moab? That's going to be my criteria. It's got to have scenery, guys. I can't fly into a fault airport. I know it sounds snobbish, but I can't do it. It goes against the grain for me. So if there is good if there is good scenery, then yeah, let's do it. Got about 15 and 20 left. All right, I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna flip this over to 1140. No, I don't need to. Wait a minute, I do. All right, what do we got? We got 61 nautical miles to San Juan of Puerto Rico, which, by the way, ATIS is saying clear. Are you serious? Look out the window. Where's that clear, guys? I don't see anything clear here. I don't know. I don't think so. Great. Yeah, to the Google, please. To the Google's right. By the way, if you're just joining us, we have a 600 nautical mile trip. We're almost done. We've got really one more leg to go after this San Juan trip, which we're flying to San Juan, Puerto Rico. Is that what they're calling clear right there? Is that where the ATIS is? METAR is shooting them? That little break in the cloud? That's clear. That's about where it is. Man. This will be a water landing into St. Martin. We're to beach it on Mayho Beach. We'll just drop anchor. That would be pretty cool. I wonder if you could do that. I mean, if we think about it, if we got an approach to land on the water, I know there's people there, but still, if we docked it and moored it out, I don't see why you couldn't. You clear customs, we'll take a little raft into there and then walk to the customs building. We would still have to take off and get fuel to our next leg, but I mean, if we got an approach to land, just like a runway, we would just put it on the water. That's a no-brainer. Why wouldn't they? We just dock it right there. Do they allow boats? Probably not. They probably don't allow boats on that on the bay. I don't know. right, what do you guys say now? What's FLG, you guys? You're just dying for me to get in an RJ. Is FLG Flagstaff, Arizona? Is there, I don't know. Getting the turbulence now. All right, guys, let's look at the fuel 705 here. And we've got about, what did I say, 600 and give or take, 677. We can call it about 700. Now let's take a look at our top. You can see our external, we're at 17 gallons and 12 gallons. That's at 29. So 29 gallons there. Oops, I hit the wrong button. Yeah, that's pretty close. What we scheduled, guys, that's really close. I said 277. Salt Lake to Aspen. That'd be cool. That'd be fun. What about Eagle? You guys, we have a coastal flight that does that in RJ. We go from, no, we do that in the 7-3. We fly a 700 all the way. We go from Ontario to Eagle County. We drop it into Eagle, which would be awesome. There's San Juan, Puerto Rico, right there. That's what they're calling clear. That's where it is. Clear skies. Oh, now I think we got one. Eagle County. That'd be fun. You want to do it in RJ? You want to do it in a coastal 7-3? I'll probably do it in RJ. You guys want to see RJs? We'll fly it. We'll fly the CRJ Delta aircraft in there. We'll do a SkyWest flight from Salt Lake to Eagle. I'm sure SkyWest does it. That's a good suggestion, Chris. Good one. So I'll put that on my list for this week. We'll get it recorded, and you guys will have that for Friday, as well as one of the 600 flights. I got to get those 600 out the door, so I'll be pushing those 600s to you. And by the way, I'm going to throw this in the chat because I'm thinking about it. Let me do this right now. I don't know if it's going to work, but wait a minute. That's, yeah, okay, good. Right here. All right, I'm going to send this over in the chat, you guys. I'm rocking the merch right here, so if you want to support, there you go. I'm also putting in another shirt, the Great White. I've ordered it myself. It's coming. I'm excited to get that one. That's going to be a really cool looking one, and I'm making another one right now, soon. That's what they're calling clear skies, you guys. That's it. This little break. Puerto Rico's right here. Well, not really, but that's not Puerto Rico yet. Puerto Rico's up a little further, right over here. Let's see what St. Martin is doing. St. Martin right now, weather 070 at 9 knots. Visibility is variable between 05 to 120. Few clouds at 1,800 feet. Ooh. Temperature's 28, dew point 26. We're going to be doing some scud running in St. Martin, you guys. It's going to be awesome. We're going to go break them below those clouds and whoop. You know what we'll probably do is we'll probably set up the ILS. We'll shoot an ILS approach in, but I'll drop underneath that deck early, and then we'll land in the ocean there in that bay. Let me get the weather. I got to get the weather. I got to get the swells and all that stuff. You guys know how crazy I am when it comes to that. So Eagle County it is, Aspen. And I'll do it in a CRJ. That would be a good run. I mean, I said Aspen. I mean Eagle. There's good airport there too. Aspen we could do too. I did do a blog on that one. Actually, a challenging approach for Navigraph. That's on there into Aspen. Boise, Salt Lake, or ooh, there you go. Fluff. Fat little ugly. I gotcha. I gotcha. GEG is Spokane, right? Boise, Salt Lake. We'll go Salt Lake to Eagle. I think that'd be a good one. Because then we can get your CRJ that you guys want to see. At least Steve wants to see it. And that'll be fun to do. That's a fun airport to fly into. All right, you guys, we are almost done with this segment here. We have about 12 minutes to go into Puerto Rico, and then what we're going to do is change 600 and, what did I say? 677. We have about 12 gallons remaining. So 677, we're going to flip the tanks off and we'll burn from our main tanks. Yes, yes I do. Eagle sounds good. Yes, yes I do. Okay. Good job, Chris. Saying Salt Lake to Aspen. I like it. Or Salt Lake to Eagle. We can do any of them. I'll pick one. Eagle or Aspen, one of those two. That'd be cool. Man, that's a long haul. We still got one more segment to go, and at this speed, that's what they're calling clear. Let's see, 172 knots. Where's my whiz wheel? So let's do 172 over the ground, right? 170, 172. So put the grommet like that. 172, that top grommet, and the 172 over there. So a little pointer over there. Then we're going to look at miles, and I got 167 miles. So 167. I'm showing 55, 56, 57, about 58 minutes, close to an hour to go. Oh, now you want to throw wrenches in. Ken says you want to do Eagle. I mean, you want to do Eagle at minimums. All right, you don't want to do real world weather. You know. I'll see what the real world weather's throwing us at. How's that? We'll go from there. Shoot. Okay, guys, we're passing Puerto Rico. That's what they're calling clear skies. It actually does look clear over in Puerto Rico. You see it? Puerto Rico is approximately, and this airport I know very well because we fly here a lot at Coastal Airways with the Caribbean flights. We do a lot of there and backs, hub and spoke type flying through Puerto Rico to other islands and drop into Puerto Rico. So I'm very familiar with this local area. One of my favorite approaches in Puerto Rico is a bridge visual. It's super fun. I have that recorded, by the way, on one of our videos coming out in a 737-600. I took it in there and just went whoop, right around the lake the little bay area. They call it the bay visual, the bridge, quiet bridge visual. No, not quiet bridge. It's the bridge visual into San Juan. It's super fun. Really cool approach. I want you to fly a helicopter. I've tried to fly a helicopter once. It wasn't great. It didn't go so well. Yeah, no. I don't know how you helicopter pilots do it, but there's no way this guy can do it. There's no way. And by the way, that's on a video at Navigraph. So if you wanted to see that and laugh, if you go to Navigraph on their YouTube channel and look up FS Expo, I think it was last year. I'm trying to think when the heck it was. I was sitting in the... No, 2 years ago. So FS Expo 23. Look in Houston. I flew a helicopter on VR. It was crazy, and I completely biffed it. I had the good hover going. I was kicking it around. Then when we started the transition and landing, I was like, what? Everything got crossed up, and left was right, right was left, and I was like, I have no idea what this thing's doing. Single engine ILS to minimums. Okay. Okay. Real world could be nasty. Yeah, it could be. All right, you guys want me to throw a little bit of, at least let me do it in a 737. I don't know how an RJ flies on a single engine. A 7.3, I got the performance, you know, I know what it can do. Eagle, on the other hand, I mean, RJ, I know it can fly, I get it. I know it's certified, but still. All right, TNCM, let's do it. Direct. You ready? I'm gonna go flight plan here. Clear. Flight plan. Nah, I don't want to do that. Clear. Clear. You know what? I'll wait. We'll wait. Let's go over San Juan first, and then I'll just hold the heading. Heading, 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 heading. All right, so I'm going to hold heading right there. And then what we'll do is once we pass over San Juan, I'll go direct to St. Martin. All right, what's our fuel status? 685. Yeah, we're getting close. We're going to burn that down to nothing. So 677, that's where I planned it. That's going to be siphon them out. Single engine of minimums. I mean, why not, right? Let's do it. I'll do it. I'll do a single engine of minimums. I'll jack it down. Now you're talking some coastal training. That's what we do at Coastal for training. We do that kind of crap. Also, here's another option. We can do freight. We can do freight. What the heck? We can do freight. Something to think about. The 727. You guys want to see some retro? You guys not into the retro stuff? Coastal Airways 737 freight. I mean 727 freight. They make a ton of money. They really do for us. They make us good money. I got to get in that 27 eventually. Man, oh man, oh man. Heading select. Give me a couple of degrees over. I want to start cutting this dog leg over. 282 on the fuel. 682. What's our ETA? Single engine, steam gauges, no vacuum. Oh, you want to do a 727 into Eagle? I don't think it's got that performance. Real world will be interesting, especially during the monsoons. Maybe Albuquerque alternate. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Nate, single engine. Okay, steam gauges. Sure. I'll do steam gauge. You guys see that? That was Puerto Rico right there. There it is. Runway 10, runway 8. And then you'd come in on the visual. You come in like this over the road and you just flip it right around this bridge. And it's like a 2-3 mile hook into 10. It's super cool. Our ETA, buddy, into Puerto Rico is approximately 4 minutes. And then from there, we get about 59 minutes, about an hour into St. Martin. So about another hour to go. 270, all right, 679. Let's go ahead and shut the tanks off. So I'll show you what we're going to do. We're just going to come up to the transfer tanks. And I'm going to go ahead and throw these drop tanks to the center. Oops, no floats. Nope. There we go. And then over here as well. So we have depleted our drop tanks. So those guys have no fuel in them. The floats have no fuel in them. We're burning out of the main fuel tanks now, which we have plenty of fuel. We have over 600 and, well, 340. Yeah, we have about 678 gallons of fuel, so plenty of endurance. That's what I'm saying. This airplane could go for a long time in range because it was a search and rescue aircraft, right? So it had to have that endurance and that range to get there. Look at that, six hours still on endurance. Woo. So we're tankering some fuel, which is fine because it's cheaper where we picked it up. It was only $5.40 a gallon. I mean, only, I say. It cost us $5,400 to fill it up, but can you imagine? That's a big old fuel bill. So our ETA, freight doesn't scream. That is right. So you want to do a 727 now into there? Is that what you're telling me? Yeah, but I don't get paid. It won't be a coastal flight, dang it. All right, if you really guys want to go to Eagle, then we'll just do an RJ and an Eagle or something. Or Aspen. I think there's going to be bad weather on Monday or Tuesday, by the way, out here. So that might be a good time to film it. All right, I'm going to do one last quick program of this. We're going to go direct TNCM. And then I'm going to get up to the lav before our last leg here. TNC. Hello. TNC. A, B, C. TNCM. I'll just go through the alphabet. Enter. Activate. And let's go. All right, clocks. I got to start the clock. Here we go. Ready. Back. Back. Time. Start. And now. All right. We're starting the clock. We're on it. And now. All right, you guys. We should have about 50 minutes to go before we get there. At this speed of which we are flying at 162 knots, unfortunately. About an hour and 2 minutes to go. We'll probably split that and go. Man, this is a long haul. This is a long haul. That's not too bad. All that crap weather we're leaving behind. There's Puerto Rico. I gotta take a picture of this. I haven't had a picture. All right, doesn't want to take a picture. Hack. Is weather radar working yet? It is on some airplanes. What's the A330, Chris? Is there a good A330 out there? I don't know if there is. Ugh. All right, guys, I'm going to get up, stretch them. This will be our last leg into St. Martin. We're going to do a water landing there. We have probably ETAs about another hour and 6 minutes to go. We just passed San Juan, and we just burned our tip tanks out. Our drop tanks are now done, and we're going right for feeding right from the mains here. True story. Where's that airport? That's San Juan behind us, but there's another little airport, which is a cool, like right next to it. Where did that go? Yeah, TIG, right here somewhere. It's like right here. There was an Aztec that cartwheeled. I investigated it when I was with the board. It cartwheeled down the runway. Dude, porpoised, boom, 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 and then just roll, boom, 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 boom. And he got out of the airplane like it was nothing. And that's when I said, whoa, that airplane's built like a tank. Never seen anything like it. Do the trip in an A330. Oh. Hack the clock, I meant. Oh, yeah. There's a good A330 full stop. Gosh, you guys really want me to do an A330? You'd have to teach me, Chris. Because I know nothing about the airplane. I know it's big. That's about it. And I know it's a bus. AKA Trash Panda. That I know. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Can't bash the Airbus. All right, guys. I'm gonna hop out, hit the lab. We're gonna get some bumps here. We should smooth out over the ocean. I'm expecting. And then our next waypoint, we can start doing some dead reckoning. Our next waypoint is going to be the Isle del Cabrera. Straight ahead, right there. The Isle del Cabrera. And then we're going to fly straight over to St. Thomas. And we'll pretty much be over St. Thomas on this heading. We're going to pass St. Thomas off to the left as we hit the bumps. Aztec, tough. I flew in one in the Forest Service field in Montana. Oh, yeah. No Airbus. Yeah. All right, gentlemen, I'll be right back. I've got to hit the lab. It's been about 3 hours, so I'm just going to stretch my legs. We'll come back, and we'll plan for a water landing. How's that? We got about another hour, so the airplane's doing good. We're on our last leg. Woo! I'll be right back. I'll let you sit in the observer seat somewhere or in the back. You want to sit in the back? Where do you guys want to sit? You can sit there and get bumped around, or I could put you on the window. Want to sit in the observer seat where the action is? Can you imagine you guys be playing poker here? That'd be awesome. What do you do on a 4-hour trip like that, man? Holy smokes. This is the observer seats. I'll give you on this side. I think there's going to be a little more action on this side than the other side, as we get thumped around pretty good. I'm trying to set you guys up for a nice view and out of a porthole here. There you go. That work for now, or something like that? I don't know. Needed next to the macadamia nuts. Yeah, exactly. I don't know where I'm putting you. Where do you guys want to go? There's a window here that's supposed to pop out. There's a bubble. These are bubble windows here. Not this one, but the one behind is a bubble window. I think. That isn't, of course, but this one, maybe a bubble window? Nope. Look on the outside. See the aircraft? You got a bubble window there. Oh, that's why. You got a cart right next to it, so it's hard to see. That's the one I was thinking of, this one. Is there another one over there somewhere? Dang it. I don't know. Good night, Chris. Have a good one, bud. We'll see you later. Thanks for watching, man. And good luck on Monday. Let me know how it goes. I'll be right back. Hit the restroom. Apparently, it's the bumpy part. And I agree with you guys that the engine sounds here are just atrocious. Doesn't do it justice. These things should be throaty and grumbly. Not this little. It should be like, you know, it's a radial for crying out loud. See this island right there? That is the Isle de Kilbria. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Benjamin Riviera Noriega. That's the airport below us. And I've got pistachio nuts I'm going to be chewing on right now for a snack. I'll try not to chew in your ear. But I am. Let me see. That don't work. I put my headset on and it's loud. My wife has been known to complain. Yeah. And I get it. All right, what's our ETA? 46 minutes, you guys. We got St. Thomas coming in on the left side of the airplane. Right here, St. Thomas. We're almost there. We're not too far away. Let me tune the ATIS. I mean, let me tune the VOR. St. Thomas VOR. There it is. 108.6. Wait, there it is. 1086. 108. Yep, there you go. Doesn't Boris have radial engine sound pack? Dude, are you serious? No, I mean, are you serious? If he has a radial engine, are you serious? I mean, look. That'd be amazing if you did that. Let's see here. Products. We have the 7.3, which I have. We have the CRJ, which I have. He has the 152. He has a 172. He has a SR22. No radials. I wish he had a radial sound pack. That'd be sweet. Maybe big radials. Coming soon? No. No. I'm going to try Boris Sound here. By the way, Boris Sounds, he does some excellent stuff. So, I'm trying to find, does he have his own website? Let me say Boris Sounds radial engine. I don't see it. Somebody has a radial engine. Lime? I think they're roasted. Could be. I love pistachios. Oh my gosh. I don't know. Mm. Radio sounds. All right, hold on. Let me try to do this. Sounds radial engine MSFS 24. Does anybody have it? Big radial goose. No. Where can we get one of these radial sounds, you guys? I would love to have one of these. Yeah, it took me to Orbix too. I agree. This sound set is lacking big time. Come on. You guys find anything for radial engines? I know big radials they did the Grum and Goose. Yeah, it should not sound like this. It should be really loud. I mean, this thing should be... Like, after a 4-hour flight, we should come out of this cabin like, what'd you say? The Goose is awesome. That's what we need. The problem is, can we port the Goose's sound into this aircraft? I remember there's a company called Big Radios. And I would love to see if they did. They did the Goose. That Goose is cool. I don't know. They do a lot of warbirds. They got the Goose, but that's it. Nice Grum and Goose. I know they did that years back. Yeah, that was a commuter plane. Yeah. Rich New Yorkers going out to the Long Island. That's what it was built for. Trainer, really. I'm back dealing with HOA water issues. Isn't that lovely? Don't you guys love the HOA? I don't know, man. I'm like one of those people that like, I don't want the HOA. I feel like nobody should tell you what you could do with your lawn or your house. And I get it, within reason. because you have some crazy stuff, but for the most part, HOAs to me is just a money grab. Can't stand them. You said that HOA word. Oh. Are they telling you you're watering too much? Or you're not watering enough? Gotta love the HOA. Man. The day in my neighborhood where they're going to say, we're going to instill an HOA, it's the day I run for president of said HOA. Because it's going to be really clear for me. And I'm going to say, let people do what they want. Next. No dues. It's just stupid. And they're expensive too. They could be up to like $500 a month. That's ridiculous. There are ponds in the subdivision, and the farmer has water rights. Yep. He's currently flooding the ponds, and people's houses are getting flooded. My dad sits on the board and is trying to sort the situation. There you go. So, that's a little different. So the farmer is flooding the pond, and it's flooding your houses. Interesting. Well, hit him where it hurts, and that's in his wallet. And say, hey, if you keep doing this, there's got to be some ordinance with the city, right? There's got to be something with the city where if he's flooding your houses, he's got to be responsible for the flooding, the damages, right? I mean, you would think. Tell them to chill out on the water. I know our HOA was absolutely crazy. They went nuts. And that has been only my experience with an HOA, with our HOA. I had been nothing but all these rules. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. And then they want tons of money. Not every HOA is the same, I guess. But mine were terrible. Yeah, that's weird. That's a bummer, though, man. Hopefully they get it sorted out. I don't know why he's flooding this pond. What are you saying, Ken? The pond near me has 5 feet of water height, more than it should be. Oh man, that's not good. Here in Florida, right? What our HOA, my friend without, are having issues in Apache Junction. So there is benefits. There is. Yeah. I mean, they serve their purpose, right? I'm not saying they're not good. All of them are not good, but I'm saying the experience I had was not good. It was like the SS police. It was ridiculous. And they weren't after me because I kept up my lawn and all that crap, but it was terrible. I'm like, who in the heck is running this? My gosh. Like if you parked a car on the road for like a day, they'd call the cops on you. You get a ticket. Sometimes, and like that, stuff like that, where it's like, really? Come on, guys. Oh, you're in Wyoming. I didn't think Wyoming had HOAs. I'm kidding. I love Wyoming. You guys know that. We're neighbored states. I could say that. There's some big spots in Wyoming. Wyoming is growing. I got some friends over there. Our president is horrible. Oh man. I got it. I gotcha. I got to get out to Wyoming. One of my coworkers, you know, he works in Wyoming for the state, and we have some good banter back and forth, commiserate together, I guess. Fun. It's always windy in Wyoming, isn't it? Blowing like 130. You guys, these pistachios were awesome. But I gotta stop eating them. We're close, maybe. Gotta start looking at descent here, so. 31 minutes away. We just passed one of the saints. We just passed St. John's Bay. St. Jean. No, it's St. John. That's just, we're past it. Virgin Gorda's over through here and all this crap. We're just getting through it. And that's it, man. We're heading in. We're via direct. Let's go. Oh, boy. It is very windy. Not really where I live. I mean, it is, but compared to the rest of the state, it's nothing exactly. I would love, if I lived in Wyoming, I would love to live on the west side. So, nestled up next to Yellowstone on that west end. Would be really cool. Well, that's more Montana, right? You guys have Jackson Hole, which is beautiful. That's where I'd like to go. Guys, we should have flew to Jackson Hole. What the heck? So I guess next week what we're going to do, let me see if I got this right. Aspen or Eagle County in an RJ with bad weather. Okay. Jackson Hole is home for you. Nice, your home airport. There you go. That's awesome country up there. You know, I got to get up there. I really do. There's one, we usually go, we go on like an 8-year rotation at work. We hit 29 different states. Crap, Wyoming's not up for another I think 4 years maybe. That's when I'll be heading back up there. I hope it's in Jackson Hole. You guys got Grand Teton, don't you? I get that confused with Montana, but I think Wyoming is Grand Teton. He was talking about the HOA in Wyoming. Of course, he's in Jackson Hole. That's exactly right. That's what I thought too. I'm like, that's why. Makes a lot more sense now. Of course you have HOAs. So, guys, Jackson Hole is like the equivalent to like a Park City in Utah. So, you know, ski town, lots of tourists. It's the same kind of feel, I guess. You guys have some skiing up there. Ski resorts. That's awesome. One of these days I'll get there. That'd be awesome. Grand Teton is indeed Jackson. Yeah. Great place to hike. Beautiful area. Well, now that I have pistachio nuts everywhere. You guys were so close. We are approximately 20 minutes, 26 minutes away. Now, if you guys have stayed on this long, good for you. Thank you. Let's tune into the VOR. And we'll start our descent here. What are we looking at? Shortly. Gosh. Why am I not getting... There it is. All right, let's go to... that stupid VOR somewhere. Where are you? 113.0. Right there. Flip it. All right, well, how many? We're at 68 miles to go. I'll probably start descending. All right, since we're doing old school, let me do this old school. If you ever come up, it can always hit you up with some things to do in the local way. Of course, we treat our neighbor states really well. Yes, you do. That's cool. Let's do absolutely. When I get up there, I hope it's, you know, a few years. I'll be, you know, I think we're on the rotation again. We went up there probably about 4 years ago. We were probably about 4 years away, something like that. All right, what are we doing? We're at 68. We're at 17,000. We want to drop 16,000, right? 53 miles is where we'll want to start considering our descent. And I'm going to shoot a little further and go about 55. We'll start down. All right, so 55 nautical miles. We'll head down the chute. We'll pull some weather up right now into TNCM, the ATIS right now. I should say the weather. METAR reporting 09012. Visibility is great. Few clouds at 1600. 1017. So I'll go ahead and plug that in right now. Back to this dump thing. We're going to go to option units 1017. I'll adjust it down. All right, you guys, we're almost there. we're we're making it happen, Captain. Ken said we hit severe icing on the ILS and the Jackson, almost in a metro. Oh my gosh. Lost my airspeed indicator on final. Graced the FO the control and directed a missed approach back to Salt Lake. More learning. Oh, man. That sounds like a normal day. Mm-hmm. Yep. That airport is plagued with that weather. All right. You want the good news or the bad news? What do you want the good news? You want the good news first? Oh, man. The good news is we're under landing weight. That's good. The bad news, I'm kidding. The engine's on fire. I'm kidding. What do we got, guys? 59 miles. We are so close. All right, let's look at some frequencies. You know, you're getting close when you start looking at frequencies and everything else. And it's St. Martin. If you guys want to go on VATSIM and go to St. Martin, now's the time to do it. FYI. I'm about 58 nautical miles to go. We're not going to shock cool the engine, so Delta goes Atlanta, yes. So they still fly 757 up to Jax, yes. Yes, that's what we should do. Once it comes out, we should take that 75 up there. That airplane is great performance. Okay, here we go. Bum, bum, bum. No. 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 Yes. All right, here we go. We're going to start our descent, guys. We've been on the oxygen for 4 hours. I think it's time to get off the oxygen as we're about 21 minutes from there. I don't want to shock cool the engine, so we're going to start our descent into the St. Martin area. All right, let's go ahead and throw this altitude down to 1,000. And we'll just do a nice slow descent rate because we don't want to shock cool these engines. They've been running for 4 hours. Oh, you're going to Atlanta next Sunday. That's cool. Love to see them. I'm actually flying on one to Atlanta. They're awesome. Their 7.5s are awesome. Really, really good. Okay. We're going to go ahead and set, maintain 20 on the manifold pressure. And before I do that, I'm actually going to start a descent. Flight. We'll go ahead and descend about 400 to 500 feet a minute here, 600 feet a minute. We're going to go 20 on the manifold. Right there, set. Propeller RPM, we're going to maintain 2,300. So you're at 19, about the red. All right, there we go. We're on our way down. All right, left and right fuel boost pumps. We're going to turn them on. And then I'm going to come down over here. I'm going to go close the cowl flaps. And the oil coolers are pretty much closed anyway. Good. Landing lights, we won't turn those on yet. Rudder boost pump, we're going to need that on. Especially a Warner landing like we're going to go on. We'll maintain 115 to 130. I wonder if I can go flight plan. Will that work? Or flight level change? Let's see what it does. We'll try to hold that 130 on us, so that's good. All right, let me get frequencies ready. Charts, approach. $118.7. I'm gonna have to lock this up. All right, 118.7. Here we go, that's better. We're just hitting all sorts of turbulence and we're getting bounced around. There we go, right there. Cool. All right, we're at 42 nautical miles to go. We're doing about 650 feet a minute. I want to increase that descent rate a little bit to about, roughly, 1,200 or so. So we're at 1,000. I know I said I want to shock cool those engines, but I'm going to have to increase that descent rate just a touch. All right, I'm going to read some traffic. It says all landing helicopter traffic intending to park at the H apron shall follow along the runway center line. Okay. Okay. It doesn't say anything about not parking there by the approach end. So I guess we're good to go. Strong winds from Idaho fall direction and blizzard was always spotty. Yep. All right, guys, we're on our way down. Pretty cool. Nice long journey. Woohoo! Does anybody got a land ho tally yet? I don't see it. We're about 50 miles away, so we're dead at it. We have to do some maneuvering, we'll see. Ken, you know you could skip the training, right? You do know that. You have a pass for the training. You do realize. You have been through the training and then some, sir. You're typed. You got a type rating on the airplane with thousands of hours on it. You don't have to do the training. And we will just show you, if you, honestly, if you want to fly for us, I'd love to have you. I'll just show you the website. You know, just the intranet and how to navigate it. And that's it. You'll be off to the races. We'd love to have you fly. You don't need to go through the training. You've been there and done that, my friend. Matter of fact, we just hired Alex, who's a 7.3 pilot. He's an FO right now. You still need to figure out the sim. I gotcha. Mike says apparently FS24 has better water dynamics. Yes, it does. I can attest to that. The water dynamics in 2024 are so much better than 2020 ever was. A little more fluid. You can feel the difference. You know, the maneuverability is better, especially with asymmetrical thrust, that kind of thing. So they did a good job with the water stuff. All right, you guys. So everybody can get off of oxygen now. So I would tell you back here and pull our masks off, and we're done with that. We've been on those stupid masks for hours. We're through 10,000 now. I'd have pulled them off at 12. Gotta look at that reg. It's 12, isn't it? Oh, what it is. I don't see an island over there, you guys. It's 1600 though. So we're gonna have to, you know, there is terrain, so we gotta be careful. We're through 9,900 feet. We might take a joyride. How's that? Let's take a little joyride around the island, just a little quick, at least on the Netherlands side, and we'll kind of just flip around and then kind of go back in. That'll be fun. I've been out 5 years. Yep. That doesn't matter. It's like riding a bike. Yeah, get your sim figured out, man. We'd love to have you. I get it's easier said than done. That's just a time thing, right? Sit down and 2024 to me, well, the problem is there's no 7.3s with 24 right now. I'm waiting for PMDG to get that over. From what I heard, they're making a brand new airplane for it. I think 2024 is a little more intuitive in terms of once you figure out the controls and everything, it's pretty nice. All right, what are we looking at here, guys? We've got 8 minutes, and we're 8,200 feet. I don't see anybody in the area, so that's good. Nobody's crazy enough to be flying this late. Let me give him a call. St. Martin traffic, November 106 Zulu. Gonna be setting up for a water landing here near runway 10. St. Martin. Now that would be cool. We land this airplane, plane spot, more out. That would be awesome. All right, you guys, I'm coming to normal here. Throwing the supercharger back. Getting ready. All right, this will be our water landing, so we're looking at about 90 knots, 85 to 90 knots on the airspeed. We're going to go directly at 10 and right to the beach. Temperatures are 59 degrees, so I'm going to go ahead and shut off the pitot heater. I'm going to shut off the heater in the cabin. You guys don't need that on. I'll keep the ventilation on for you. And then what I'll end up doing is we're going to close the valve for the heater in the cabin. You guys don't want that, so we're going to throw that off. Down here, dome lights off. All right, you're all set in the back. $5,400. How are our cylinder heads doing? They're good. Pushing that 200 where it's fine. I will open those up as it heats up a little bit. It's at 64 degrees. Beautiful, 64 degrees. We'll take that. Pulling down that manifold pressure. All right. Okay, guys, I got the airplane here. I know we're IFR, we're VFR a little bit now. Okay, I'm going to maneuver a little bit, kind of break through these clouds. $3,900. I've got the island in sight. I'm just going to take this path to kind of get under this fuel layer here. All right, we're taking our mixture. We're going to go full rich. I'm going to go ahead and now open all of the flaps. Okay. Get those oil coolers open. Okay. Gonna go ahead and extend our lights. We'll turn them on. And then we're gonna go full RPM. Lights on. Got the airport. Got a visual. We're going to go ahead and turn over there. There we go. All right, there it is. Visual. Ah, crap. You know what I forgot to do? What are the swells here? Let me look really quick while we level off. Give me a second, you guys. You can't just land in water. You got to figure out where your swells are and how bad the weather is, the waves, all that stuff. You can't just... That would be really bad. Watch my altitude. Make sure we don't do anything dumb. Shoot. Wind. I don't want wind. I want waves. Give me waves. Alright. We are pushing. Okay, we've got VFR conditions. Give me the waves. No, I don't want that. Waves, 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 waves. All right, the waves are coming at us. That's good. And the swells are approximately I need to just dial in the swells here and see what we're looking at. How we doing? Sorry, guys. I'm trying to do this pretty quick. So, I think the swells are about 1 to 2 feet. We're good on the speed. I got the airplane. All right, knocking it off. This don't look like Mayho Beach, does it? All right, autopilot's off my plane. There's Saba out the window. All right, we're coming in on final here. The waves are about, the swells are about a foot, which is fine. And they're coming right at us, so even better. Okay, I'm going to level off at 900. What we're going to just do is a little flyby here. I'll get a lay of the land, and then we'll do a turnaround. We'll just come in. I'll kind of see, judge our distance between the beach. Flight directors, I don't want them on. Turn all that crap off. Where's that stupid thing? Is it on over here? Yeah, turn it off. I don't need it. I got the beach. So right now I'm just looking at the waves. You know, if we were really flying, I mean, I know the swells. They're about a foot, which is great. The depth of the water, that's a big deal. At the aircraft. Sorry, I'm looking away. I got the beach in sight, and I've got the airport in sight. I'm just kind of taking a look. Pitch up a little bit. Give you guys a good look. I've never seen it on the other side. You know, you're coming in in a jet, and you just don't get to see this stuff. Really. So I'm just gonna do a quick whoop. Look at this place. Nice. All the resorts. There's Mayo Beach right there. Alright, there's something in the water down there. You guys can see it. So what we could do is we're going to come in this way, basically toward the water here. And we're going to beach it right up on top. Nice. That's cool. This is a cool spot to moor too.
10.
Right in here. You can land in there too. That'd be awesome. Look at all the vessels, man. All these boats. Pretty slick. By the way, we would have, you know, approval to do what we just did. Was that a huge sailboat or what in there? Look at that thing. That thing's massive. How are they getting in there? Right here. See, that's where they're getting in. Right there. Kind of chugging through there. Nice. All right, I'm satisfied with the plan. It looked good. No rocks or anything like that. Sorry, I need to look ahead. All right, I'm gonna roll in. It's good right there on the altitude. Whoa. All right, you guys, hold on. I'm trying to do 100 things at once. It's not working very well. I'm delaying. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to look at the depth of this dang water. I don't want to get in the cloud. Let's not get in the cloud. I don't think we have them, do we? No. Bummer. Sorry, guys. All right, we're just going to have to go in. Flaps 1. All right, landing checks coming up. Let me get my checklist. We're on basically on a downwind. Okay, engine cowls full open, oil cooler flaps full open, RPM maximum RPM. Throttles good, flaps coming down, landing gears up, engine indications checked, and they look good. All right, how we doing on our Mayho Beach? How long we got? I want to land a little bit before, and then we'll just plow in. Rudder boost pumps on, airspeed we're going to maintain. Good. Elevator trim set, we'll maintain 90. And our rudder, our fuel pumps are on. All right, one more turn. Let's give him a call. St. Martin traffic, November 106 Zulu. Final approach, runway 10. Alright, looking for that 90 settled. Flaps full. We're going to go right into the swell. So bow into the swell, which is right here. We're going to come in a little bit longer. We're going to take him. If we keep that up, it's going to hit us on the port. We don't want that. So we're going to go and straighten her out. We're going to go right into the runway here. It's really glassy. And that's bodes well for us. "200 feet. Nothing's in our way. Looking good here. Nice. What we're going to do is just slow down a little bit, goose it. Still too far. Airplanes could go right over you now and no problem. Look at how nice that water is. Trying to gauge swells if I can. All right, let's go ahead and settle in. So what we're going to do, I'm just going to pitch up. About right there, hold that speed, let the airplane come in 60 feet. And then again, you could bail out if you're hitting all sorts of swells. There's 20 feet, I'm just going to hold it off. We're hitting a little gust. Ooh, bow in. Ooh. Not good, let's kind of recover there. All right, we'll settle down. I hit a shear or something. There we go. Pitch it up, pitch it up. See, it's just like she comes in and just dumps on it. We go idle. I'm gonna push the bow up, way up. I want to get it on the step. Now you become a boat. If you want to go too shallow, I think it's a 5 foot. We're going to have to turn right to Mayho Beach. That's pretty cool. There's no room to beach this airplane, so. I'll throw it in reverse. All right, let's get.
On runway 10. Flaps, 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 flaps.
All right, so what we're going to do is going to get we're going to get the hatch opened, the nose compartment door. So that's going to be open here in the front of the airplane. If I can find it. There it is. So we would come in like this, and then we're going to throw more out, and we're going to just anchor right here, which I'm going to do right now. I'm going to shut down number 2. And I'm going to throw our anchor. I don't want to go any closer than this. That's perfect. All right, let's go ahead and throw the anchor out. This is coming off. And then we'll anchor it out. Nice. Let's go ahead and get it out. Where are you? Anchor. All right, that's off. That's off. All that's good there. We're going to go ahead and throw the generators in the off position. 1, 2, we'll get our landing lights off. And I do want to anchor it. So we got boarding ladder there, chocks, anchor. Why is it not letting me anchor it? All right, let me see something. Battery master off. Just for now, I'm going to do a proper shutdown.
On runway 10.
But
on runway 10.
that's coming off. Let's go ahead and open this. Nice, listen to that wind. Then anchor it. Why can't I anchor it? Okay, wait, so we've got the nose hatch. We got to open that. Okay, that's open. The nose hatch, is it opened? We got to go in the bow and get that thing open. So, all right, there we go. Let me slide in there and get that door open because that's a big deal. So we climb up here. We're going to open this hatch. And we can pop out now like that. Then we can moor it. Then we're going to go over here and then just throw the anchor out. There we are. There we go. And then I'm going to pop this door. And now we could go plane spotting on our airplane. How cool is that? Let me just make sure everything's off. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and throw the battery on really quick. I'm just going to go and close the oil cooler. You don't want that salt water getting in these engines, so that is for sure. So we're going to shut those off. Yeah, I don't know what happened to those bows. Just boom. Started porpoising on me. Yeah. Let's throw that off. We'll throw that off. All right, let's take a peek out there. And yes, it actually, the anchor does hold. Those are off. That's off. Good to go. And so you can see we popped that door. And we can go right up through this this hatch here. Jump on the aircraft and plane spot. How cool would that be? I'm sure they'd yell at us. You can't do that. You can't go there. How cool is that, you guys? Right on the way to. That's so awesome. Oh, we gotta take a picture of this. That's cool. We'll get our fuel, all that good stuff. It does pretty good. And we got the wind coming right at us, so you can see she will, swing in the wind and stuff. It'll weather vane, but I think it's not going anywhere.
On runway 1.
Because that's where the waves are.
On runway 1.
Well, the waves are coming in here, but the wind is pushing us back too. So we'd have to really see if the tide and all that crap. But yeah, it's fun. What fun that was. Let's see if we can't get a picture of this. Right there, that'd be a cool shot. You guys like that shot? It's awesome. It was quite fun, you guys. I mean, I know it was a long flight, but that's probably one of the longest ones we'll have. Our next flight in the Caribbean, we're going to go to St. Bart's. So you're more than welcome to fly with us if you want. It's super fun. Yeah, that's not a good picture. I just see nothing. Ah, cool. Back to where we started right there. Hold on. That's it. Good times. That's the end of that. Now we're just going to go relax, right? I'll write the fuel numbers down and we'll see. If we even need to gas up, we probably should gas up here if we're going to get fuel over, with takeoff out of here. Flaps. It thinks we're landing on 10. Cool. Whoa, 2024. Yeah, this is 2024. Does the anchor? Yes. If we hadn't been here 4.5 hours, I would be tempted to start up. Oh, yeah, I know. It's true. It's true. It would be awesome. Somebody needs to fire up an airplane and do a pattern. so I could stay here. That would be fun. Who's up for that? Anybody up for doing a little bit of air work at St. Martin? That's okay if not. I mean, it's been 4.5 hours. I'm with you. It's been a long time. But that would be that would be cool. Look at how clear that water is. Let's see. Yeah, look at that. You can see it's less than 5 feet. I mean, that's nice. But it's actually a pretty big drop off. That, in real life, it gets pretty deep here. You know they wouldn't allow this. There's no way. Well, I could say, hey, I'm just going to park off the end of the runway here, and they're not going to hit me, right? They're flying over the top. They're going to be another 150 feet over here. Buzz the bird. Yeah, nobody's firing it up. All right, whatever. We'll do it some other time, right? Good stuff. All right, guys, so our next flight is going to be over to... Where are we going? We're going to St. Bart's. That's going to be fun. St. Bart's it is.
10.
What's with the RAS doing, man?
0.
Fuel. How much fuel we got left with that boy? 274, 266. That's pretty good. Just around 500. So, good. I'm glad. Hopefully you had a good time. I sure did. It's a long flight, but that's okay. You know, I think we have just a few islands we're going to touch, and we're going to go see the St. Bart's next. Dominica's on the list. We'll go St. Lucia, Grand Cayman, Jamaica, and then Miami. So that's kind of how this is going to work. So we got a few more weeks, you know, a month or two before we have to head back to the States. And that's it. All right, folks. Hopefully you enjoyed it. I sure did. I love it. I love flying this thing. Even though landing was a little rough, man. Yeah, it's the second time that happened where it's like, boom, it skipped. So I got to figure out, maybe I'd carry a little more power and just kind of drop it in the plow and the hull. I don't know. Something like that. We'll figure it out. All right, guys, I'm out of here. It's been real. Thanks for watching, and you diehards that are still watching. You guys are awesome. Appreciate it. You guys have a great night, and we will talk to you not next week because we're going to be gone, but I'll have a video for you. I have a few videos out there for you so you can watch. Until next time, keep the blue side up and the brown side down. We'll see you guys later. Have fun.
Board the plane, it's summertime. Sun is shining, it's bright. Breeze the sky is cool and calm. Take a trip, it's not long. Oh, the vibe's so mellow. Airwaves sing like cello. Sandy beaches we fly. Coastal airways, oh my. Take me high. Smooth as sea. Coastal breeze. Fly with me. Take me high. The island's near. Feel the love in the air. Arms are swaying, blue sky. Wonders found while we fly. Oceans calling my name. Life is more than a game. Soaring high, wings of steel. Under stars, it's surreal. Dreams are real in the sky. Coastal airways fly by. Reggae beats in my ears. Miles away, no more fears. Lay back, count all the stars. Flying free, no more bars. Take me high.